Hello and welcome to another episode of Don't Judge Manchester. Oh.
Here.
That was fantastic. Holy crap.
Welcome to another episode of Don't Judge Dungeon Master. That over there is Alex K. He's the Dungeon Master. Welcome to episode 45 or 45?
44.
Of Arkelya?
Arkelya.
Yeah. Last session.
No, we're not there yet. No.
Does anyone have any announcements?
Yes, we do. We have announcements. All right.
All right.
Got a ways to go, Potato. Got a ways to go. So announcements. Hey, we're back. 2-week break. Hooray.
Yeah, we had last week we did not play. This week, we're glad you're back here with us this time, viewers. What do you usually say when we do a break? You do like, guys,
we're gonna move on here. So
bad things, blah blah blah. We didn't play last week. We're playing now. That's what matters. Not the past, but the present. Moving on to announcements. Lars, why don't we start off with you? Do you have anything to announce?
Yes, the announcements. That's what we were in already. You just reintroduced the announcement phase over again.
You're welcome.
Nice. The major announcements are one of our members has shattered their leg. It's broken to pieces. So please send prayers and thoughts that do nothing, but just send them anyways to Demioko. He could use some.
I pray you make the other
some
one
prayers and thoughts. Other than that, not really much for episode 44 here, everybody. We did the math earlier. This would be the 51st episode. So the next episode will be the 52nd episode total of our playing.
That's bonkers.
Because we didn't start recording from session 1.
You're right. There was about
viewers.
It was about 6 sessions that were played before we started recording, and then we accidentally missed an episode. Episode 4 was not recorded. It was a shorter one, but we didn't record it. So 7 missed episodes.
I played like 2 hours at night or something, right?
I think we actually approached 3, but it was it was definitely a shorter one. I mean, back then we used to do 6-hour sessions, so it was it's like half the duration of a normal episode. But yeah, that was us going into the that was the infamous Dispel Magic, my magical labyrinth. That's what that happened in that episode.
Right.
Yeah.
Welcome back,
You were so
DTW. Just to recap you real quick here, we just did the announcements. We're doing them right now as well. We did the intro now. We announced the Demioko's leg pain and troubles. We announced Owl's feeling not so well, so she won't be joining us on webcam, hopefully next session. We love seeing her face around here. And then, do you have anything to announce? I hit my table. Do you have anything to announce, DPW?
They didn't share.
No, nothing really to share.
Alright, moving on then. We can go straight to rolling the dice to see who does the recap.
There's no point to roll. Potato, take it away.
This time, no, you dare. This week, we're doing the lowest number. So everybody dice is in the middle.
But you rolled Potato.
Take it away.
I got a 6. Alright, let's see what the other members get. Fuck, no, I said the lowest. No, that's bad.
Boom!
Okay, DTW got 2.
Alright, let's see this.
Al got an 8. Let's see, Demioko and Petite. We're still waiting for your dice. Demioko's rolling the dice here. We're looking for a nat 1. Nat's a natural 20. Congratulations. That's all your luck gone for tonight. And Roderick's got a 10. DTW, take it away. What happened last session?
What did we last session?
I don't know.
I actually kind of briefly talked about this a moment ago. Al just blurted it when we were kind of like warming up.
Yeah.
We visited Relina.
It was a really easy episode. You guys went to Relina's shop, and you saw that there was a short individual there that you guys cornered and then inquired about their positioning and why they were here. Found out that it was actually Risa, the attendant of the Real Enchantes, which is pretty much canon now. It's
Real Enchant!
And then you managed to convince Relina to hire this person through pity, effectively.
Hey, whether if it works, it works.
No regret.
So yeah,
No,
we discussed that with Relina and the little goblin lass. They got off real good friends quickly. And And then from there, we talked to Master Ori and peppered him with, so many questions. And he answered them as best as he could.
So many questions.
Yes. From there, I believe we went back to the tavern, right? Or did we even leave? I don't...
No, you never left.
Yeah, okay.
You were in the
it was
Lemir's shop, the Lemir's
whole
Emporium,
session.
the entire session, talking to Master Ori and getting just really a huge macro view of the history of Windheim.
Yeah.
And then not just Windheim, but Nuolso and a little bit of
Nuolso.
Estrin. And so you guys just went through like the timeline, effectively every major event that Ori could educate you here on at this point in time. He also then presented you guys a couple opportunities that he's very interested in. One that he would like you, if you
And one in Veneer, yeah.
one in Veneer to talk to an accomplice of his, and then if time allows, maybe if you would be willing on his behalf to go explore these ruins
west.
that not to the west. Well, I mean, actually, I guess it would be slightly west, but south more than anything in the Falit deserts. There's ruins there that recently have been prospected they might be the fabled city of Dragoon.
The flying ruins of Dragoon.
Yes, it might not be, but it also might be, and so and there's good evidence to suggest it is, and so he's very excited about both of these prospects for the possibility of what they could mean for the rekindling of the era of Arcane.
Yes,
Right.
but the more important quest is talking to the gentleman in the terrace of Eleanor. Was it Dravar? Yeah.
Yeah, Dravar.
Not really remember his name, but yeah, but his accomplice, right? And that would be for the magic item, but it's
Al
still,
Sham Shakti.
which is still, from Master Ori's perspective, is still wanting to recreate the highest of society back in the era of Arcane. So obviously, this individual here, the High Scholar, is very interested about that timeline, that time era specifically, and trying to get society back to that height.
Yes.
All right. And so then, after your long-winded conversation with him and him just giving you lots of things and some of his own speculations about what's happening and what could be going on, he gave you a couple docket lists, and you guys had more questions that he could have answers for, of which you decided that was enough. He retreated off to go find his granddaughter and check in with her and get some tea. And the rest of you all went, all right, we're getting the heck out of here. So you have vacated Lemir's Emporium. The door does open. You do feel a suction as air seems to normalize in this space you're in. You go past the threshold, and as you go onto the stairwell, you hear as your eyes all look up to the sign above as sparks are showering off dangerously close, and they should be to all of you. Hopefully, Risa will encourage Relina to get rid of that pretty quickly. And then you go down the stairs onto the path in the Orate district where you are now, all are currently. So with you here in the Orate district, you have effectively right in front of you one of the statues of Windheim, actually, right, of the woman. It's because Relina's shop is literally right in front of it, right? And it's a nice day. We are still relatively early, I think today was. Jeez, I'm already forgetting what day we were.
We did spend like 4 hours in game and out of game time just talking.
So yeah, let's say it's afternoon. It's afternoon right now. If this is not correct, then whatever.
Who cares?
It's afternoon. So here you are in Windheim, the Fabled City episode, like the 9th episode in Windheim now. Man, this city had a lot happening in it. What do you all want to do? Goodness.
If I recall, we were gonna head back to the. Were we gonna go back to the tavern and just kind of?
Well, there's a certain someone in the tavern we need to get.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't recall. I don't think there was anything else we needed to immediately jump on.
I know for a fact now. This is the same day that you guys had the statue reveal. So actually, you are much.
It's probably
It's
evening.
afternoon.
It's much later in the day. It's not evening yet. It's more like probably 5 or so p.m. So you're approaching close to evening, yeah. But for sure, this is because this was the day that the high-seated would be mostly free, and so you're squeezing all of them in, as many as that you care to squeeze in at this point in time.
Yes, we were debating whether or not we were going to go speak to the general,
You've
Mhm.
seen the
Hi,
High
General
Chandler,
Turn.
and
and I think we're not going to do that.
It's your guys' choice.
Right.
Did he ask for us specifically?
You've
Well,
talked.
no, he asked
Just
for
be
Roderick, and just because militaristic stuff, basically, and he wants to spar him. I'm assuming see what all's going on there. But I mean, it's a military guy. Most likely, he'd be pushing Roderick's rank and trying to get him to do something. So,
Alright, so moving into character. That was quite the lengthy conversation back there. I think we've got plenty of information to go on. Things we've got left to do in the city is, we'll obviously get Anil. We'll get her moving as soon as possible.
we do have access
Roderick.
to the library, though. We got the access from
Yes,
that
we do.
story.
we did receive.
Right. Do you think we're allowed to take books out of there and return them at a later date, or...
I'm sure we have to research there, but
I
we'll
feel
have
like
access
if we take
to...
them out, we're not going to return them.
Yeah. I
There's
think
also
you have to
very fair.
research.
Yeah, but, I mean, who cares?
Like a group of horses.
Well,
Right.
also,
Yay.
if we got the information from the restricted section, probably would not be allowed to leave the restricted section.
Right, well, let's
It's
go
restricted for a
handle
reason.
that, as well as, Roderick, I believe the general was asking for you. I don't know if I know this in character, who cares?
You do. You were present.
Yeah,
he
you were
did
there.
it. He did it in front of all of you during the first time you met the high-seated.
Yep.
And Evelyn, where he met her mother, he introduced him to Roderick. So Evelyn might not be as well involved with it, but I'm sure you guys have mentioned this. Not in the timeline or time that's been given to you in actual talking. Your characters still idly talk to each other, so she probably would be aware of it.
Right, so,
Mm,
I suggest,
How?
unless
how
you're
strict is this military hierarchy? That was the question. Like, if I don't go, what do you think there'll be some repercussions?
I don't.
Well,
It didn't sound like it was an order. It's more like a request.
you have very good contacts with the high-seated anyway. I don't think it'll be a trouble.
I doubt you would ever be charged with this desertion or what, anything like that. Not
I mean, that being the case, I don't see any issue with, I guess, hearing them out.
Yeah, you fulfilled your orders. You protected Evelyn.
Thork,
Okay.
Yeah.
make a history check. I'm giving it to you because you're the most antiquated with military in the entire group.
Huh. History, that's a 17 plus
funny about military.
7, 24.
Yeah, serving your orders does not relieve you of duty. You are relieved of duty when you commit to your entire term, or you are discharged. So, Roderick accomplishing this one mission would not relieve him of duty. He would still be expected to perform other activities.
So, has he... So, hold on, I never got this information. How long are you supposed to be in service, Roderick?
Well, would he still have that fire?
This was not actually specified, right?
Yeah.
This was a emergency draft to fight a threat. So kind of like as we see now unfolding with the Ukraine situation, right? Yeah. All able-bodied people are being forced and conscripted to serve to protect the nation Windheim. And so this information was never effectively told the enemy is dealt with, is what it comes out to being, right? Or you become enfeebled, injured, or something that prevents you from being able to serve.
Oh, that sounds
Yeah,
nice.
so I was drafted, so I'm not really sure on that.
I suppose
Considering the conflict is over, I mean, would I be discharged or like how would
one
that
way
work
to
normally?
find out, I suppose. We can go speak to him, visit the library, and get going as soon as we can. The less time we spend here, the more time we have in
Veneer?
helping Anil. If that's where
Yeah.
we're going next, they assume that's the only place we can go.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I
Should we head over now?
Shall we split up and do both at once? Or shall we go visit the general together and then go to the library together? I'm particularly interested in a few things that I may find in a restricted section. I was looking for a library for quite a while in Pipel, but I couldn't find one.
Yeah, I was interested in the library too, but I can, always just meet up with you guys a little later.
Right.
I do not think it's prudent that we let Roger go on his own case.
I can go with Robert. Doma, you probably should come too.
I don't mind.
Or if that's... We may as
I
well
don't
all
think-
go then if we're already having 3 go.
Might as well. Stick together.
I don't anticipate it taking long with the general. He's pretty very quick conversationalist, let's say.
Sure.
That's good to know.
That's how it's
We-
been with me. But
We get there, we discuss with him, and depending on how it goes, we could go to the library. If not, we can go speak with Anio and take our rest.
Right. Well, let's get going then.
Yeah.
To the general!
But before we go, Zark is
Onward!
going to examine the statue standing before him.
The one that we've already seen?
Have we seen the one in front of
Yeah,
Rolena's
the one
shop?
the one in front of the Relina shop we got a brief
There's-
overview of.
So there's 3 total in the Aureate district. There's
Yeah,
3
there's
total. The one in the very center here, and there's going to be one that you guys have seen. You've walked around the Aureate district enough, right? So you've seen from different angles from the view, right? So you guys are here in 21, right? The pink dot is the statue in front of Verlena's shop. 21 is Lumire's Emporium. The blue dot up here is one of the other statues, and this golden dot here is a 3rd statue in the Aureate district. And then you guys saw the brand new statue, green dot, in the port that was just unveiled. And there was also one statue back here at the Court of Reverence. Thorak got to see this slightly as he was walking the rounds earlier. And then there's the final statues here in Grandview Park, the gold dot there. So those are the statues that you are aware of now, right? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 total statues exist in Windheim now. So for a recant of the purple statue in front of Lemire.
It was about the feeding the rise of the ravenous.
Correct. Yes, that is correct. Where did I put that section? I guess I'm going to have to go to Windheim. I thought I put it in the script area, but I'm having trouble finding it. So, Windheim, statues. Hooray. All right. So, yes. All right. So at the center of the Aureate district resides a 12-foot tall statue of a single female elf. She has long hair that has a plaited crown running around her sides and the back, while the rest of her hair hangs a bit past the shoulders. The woman faces east with her back towards the towering 3 spires in the center of the city, the Telfound. She is wearing a layered outfit that has several veils or shawls twined around her upper limbs and bodice. Each of her arms crosses over her chest, and her fingers... Gosh, this is weird written. Each of her arms crosses over her chest, with her fingers resting on the opposite shoulder. You notice she has 3 rings on her left hand, 3 bracelets across her right wrist, 3 anklets on her left leg, a series of stud earrings connected by thin chains, and with multiple necklaces around her neck. Her head is tilted down and her eyes appear to be closed. She carries an emotionless expression, and yet you sense a refined eloquence coming from her. At the base of the statue, there's a placard that reads, "May we never forget the loss provided to the combat the ceaseless hunger. May the sacrifice of not just the Feywalker be forgotten."
Let's see. Huh.
So I
So
don't
the
think I
purple's
gave
a
it to that
Feywalker.
description to that intense, but that is the little description written for that
I
statue.
remember the rings and the bracelets and the
Right.
anklets being mentioned.
So
Okay.
now Evelyn, staring at this, and with the comment that her mother made to her in private during their little trial that happened, there's that connection that Evelyn would see the jewelry on her mother, the statue, and recognize this is a depiction of her mother, an alias. It does not look like your mother. There's an elven woman. It does look like a different person, so she must have been using illusion magic or transformation magic to look slightly different. But the jewelry, the title, the connections, this was what one of the aliases your mother used in the past.
Right.
That explains things.
Any other requests here in front of the statue or in the Oriat district?
Can I go look at the other statues?
Absolutely.
Only fair.
Which one would you like to go to next?
Let's go to the north one, the blue one.
The blue one. Very well. Okay. Blue.
I'll follow along.
So yeah, I'll assume the group kind of works in concert together in this way. At the north end of the center of the Ori district stands a 12-foot tall statue. A female Goliath woman with a side cut which has long hair parted to the right side of her face. She sports tribalistic leather armor and adornments, leather straps with bone bracelet adages, and hard geometric designs. Her head is angled down, and she smiles at two creatures she has tucked under each of her arms. On her left arm rests a slightly portly halfling who appears to be enjoying the embrace. He has thick mustache that is wicked to the edges and points upwards. He's adorned in what appears to be a well-fitted tuxedo, including bow tie around his neck. His arm is clasping a tiny bowler hat at the top of his oval-shaped head. A pleasant expression can be seen stretched across his middle-aged face. Under the right arm of the muscular woman resides an elder-looking gnome who seems to be having the opposite reaction to the halfling. He has short wavy hair that is slicked straight back, a pair of spectacles stands slightly ajar at the edge of his long nose, while his face contorts into an expression that explains slight pain coupled with frustration. A dozen or so wrinkles crease their way across his furrowing eyebrows. His attire appears to be fine robes that have arcanic symbols embroidered into them. At the base of the statue, a placard reads, "May we never forget the loss provided to combat the ceaseless hunger. May the courage of not just the cliff jumper, Half-Luck Hitty, and Arcanist Dustin be forgotten."
Cliff jumper? Who else?
Cliff jumper? Yes. I don't know if... yeah, they don't... They're just their titles, so they wouldn't actually include their full names there. You
It's just Cliff Jumper, the Arcanist, and who else?
The Cliff Jumper, so it's a title. Half-Luck Hitty, and then Arcanist Dustin would be the individuals portrayed here. So now, your mother did give some context to you, Evelyn, right? So you could explain. That's Half-Luck Hitty Halfman. He's a halfling. And then the Cliff Jumper is presumably the Goliath woman.
Goliath, right.
Yeah, Megamini Wayne or something like that. And then the Arcanist Dustin, that must be an Ori, because it's Dustin Ori would be the bloodline there. Now you also recall that the Rise of the Ravenous was the last calamity, right? This is 1500 so years ago. So, and your mother has mentioned that she's been working with the Oris for quite some time.
Yeah.
So you don't know if this is the first Ori she worked with, or if she was working with Oris even before this. But this is definitely a very important point in time for your mother and her organization, because the Vitreous Veil did not start officially existing until after the Rise of the Ravenous was dealt with.
Okay.
All right. So
that's a Cliff Jumper Goliath reference to something.
The title that she has.
Perhaps jumping off cliffs.
Possibly. That's there would be no immediate recollection of an affiliation with that title for your character, unfortunately.
I'm asking out of character.
That out of character? Your speculation is as good as mine. Ask the party. I'm not going to tell you.
Jumping off a cliff. I don't know if I'm thinking of the same character. Might be another reference I'm not getting.
No, this would not be one that you recognize.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, these three individuals, none of them are part of the original timeline of Dave.
No, not Dave. Just in general, stories I've heard of people jumping off cliffs and raging before they hit the floor.
No, it's not Galevin. Galevin is part of the Arkelyan storyline, episode 1 and 2. Or just one.
Like this storyline?
Yeah, this storyline. That's Galevin. No relation. But now you mentioned he was a Goliath too. It's like, geez, maybe it was in my psychology to add it. Jeez, that's not what it was. He was a mountain jumper, not quite.
Of course.
Yeah, Auric got grabbed by a Yeti, and he was being dragged down like a King Kong scenario, and then Galavan thought, I'm just gonna jump off a sheer 3,000-foot fall cliff and try to plunge my axe like a Dark Souls boss. And he succeeded in plunging his axe, and he managed to not fall to his doom, but then the Yeti just grabbed him and just chucked him to the side, and he span off, falling 3,000 feet. Like, I don't know if you've seen that gif of the raccoon where the guy like saves his dog from a raccoon attacking, and he just grabs and chucks it. That's what happened to Galavan. He got yeeted like that, just spinning.
He built the statue to Galavan, not out of respect, but out of sheer comedy
This
behind
is not a reference to Galavan. No.
Okay.
She probably was a person like Goliath would be from a mountainous terrain. This is probably a title that was assigned to her from her homeland before she headed up to deal with the rise of the Ravenous. There, all right.
Okay, got it.
All right. Did you guys have any comments or anything else that you'd like to do in this spot? All right. Do you want to go check the last statue real quick then?
Yeah.
Okay. So then you guys circle down south to go look at the last statue. Oh, actually, I do have the names here. Yeah, Menemy Wayne, Half-Luck Kitty Halfman, and Arcanist Dustin Uri. Yeah, okay. Right, and so then, Evelyn, you would know that the Feywalker was Naomi Clovenest. Clovenset. What? Is it a nest? Whatever, okay. I don't care. Whatever. All right, the orange statue. At the south side of the Orate district resides three 12-foot tall statues standing back to back with one another. Facing northwest towards the Tell Fountain is a human male with long hair that reaches beyond his shoulders. An unusual marking is etched upon his forehead of this man, a circle with what appears to be rays reaching outward. The depiction of the man would suggest what the heck, Alex? This depiction of this man would suggest he's some sort of... My God. All right, I should have proofread this. That this tattoo is that of a sun upon his scalp. There we go. That's what is meant to be stated here. It appears he is a... What was that, Potato?
I feel it feels like we heard this one, but keep going anyways.
Okay. He is adorned in plate armor and is postured into a squat stance as if preparing to lunge forward at a moment's notice. Perpendicular to his spine is a large glaive that is gripped by both hands. His lips are stoic, but his eyes are in a slight squint as if he's searching for an incoming obstacle. Facing to the south is a muscular male tabaxi wearing leather harness that forms an X over his chest. On each of his shoulders rests a curved metallic pauldron with a long and loose cape billowing behind him. His tabaxi features are leonine, which includes a long mane running down his head. The man is in a curved posture with both of his arms lifted forward and upwards, much like a martial artist's. His palms face downward, his upper limbs holding in a serpentine-like curve. He's expressionless with an intense focus right now. So a call you recognize as a tabaxi, maybe not of your specific, but yeah, this is a like lion-like tabaxi, and he's also using martial arts. And then finally, the last figure here, facing to the northeast, is a female humanoid that has many of the hallmark elvish qualities. However, a notable difference is her short hair is not strands of fiber, but rather a collection of foliage. Her outfit appears to be a composition of long fern leaves combined with shucks of vegetation that are woven together to form a long dress. You notate the outfit's upper shoulders region and the high collar are congestions of temperate leaves. The woman is in a slight squat with her elbows at her sides and her forearms 90 degrees forward. Her fingers appear to be curled upward as if she's grasping at some invisible force. Her eyebrows are furrowed with an expression of mid-chanting, as if the work was copied as if the work of the entire piece was mid-confrontation. So all three of them are in some sort of like battle-prepared defensive posture, right? At the base of the statue, a placard reads, "May we never forget the loss provided to combat the ceaseless hunger. May the courage of not just the retainer of the sand, the tree speaker, and Dave the quick be forgotten."
Montague, Sel, and Dave.
Correct.
Got it. But this was the Oasis one.
This
Okay.
would be, yeah. Well, all three of these statues are Oasis. So timeline for Arkelya, this was the party that dealt with the rise of the Ravenous, right? In the end. But from your perspective of the mini campaign you did, this would be the only NPCs and characters you would recognize.
Oh yeah, got it.
That you would have eventually run into the Feywalker, and then what other allies along the way to help you have dealt with said threat.
Nice. Okay. Hey, this one looks a lot like you. A bit more like a lion, if I know what a lion is. It looks already called.
It is interesting to see. Not shocking though.
There are lion-like tabaxi from Ikal's homeland too, and since there's enough leaves intermittently, you would have maybe seen a lion-like tabaxi before.
Do you all fight with bare hands?
Not all of us. Just mainly the leaves. It is the way we stay light. Well, travel light. If we hone our bodies well, we have no need for, well, material things, and that allows us to move freely. It's
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
It does.
I still prefer the good old plate, and he'll clank his arm around his chest.
Ding ding.
Protects you from most things. Don't need to
That's
be
nice.
quick if you don't, doesn't matter if you get hit. Lets you hit more back.
yeah, that is one way of doing things, I guess.
Better safe than sorry. Anyways. Let's get moving.
So
I know
after
Doma agrees.
So after witnessing these larger-than-life visages of heroes that in Arkelian history have sacrificed much to save many lives, it might parallel a little to yourselves with the quest you're on here now, recognizing that you are also a group of a half a dozen or so individuals poised to handle threats that are far beyond your means, and it might strike a chord with you, recognizing that the path that these people had in the past must have felt very similar to your own, where most of the world didn't know about it, and just that everyone's got complications. So, all right. So now that you've gathered yourself and you're still technically in the Aurea district, there are shops here you could go check out. There are other districts you could go explore. You could go look for the High General. It's all your choice. What would you guys like to do? Also eager.
Yeah, well, I mean, the original plan was we're gonna go to the general, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was
I
our
don't want
first
to take
step.
up too much time. I've been talking too much.
To the general.
What are you talking about? This is what D&D is. So, all right, to the general. So at this point, we would need an investigation roll to try to determine where the High General would be.
All right, I got you, fam.
I'll help him.
Our most investigative.
All right. Is that with advantage I hear since she's helping? Or?
Yeah, you have advantage. Yeah, I guess I needed to tell you it, but it felt obvious to me that you got it. So
Well, you never
I
hurts
don't
to
think
go.
it matters.
Avantage.
Oh, he double that once.
in a row.
what?
He double that once.
All right,
Beautiful.
I think that's it for tonight. All right, guys.
All right, have a good night,
All right,
everybody.
good night.
Use
Remember, don't trust the dungeon master.
Yeah,
yeah, you gotta use your lucky feet.
yeah, all
I'll lend you my
right.
lucky.
So Roderick's like, yeah, I can find this guy, you know. And he says he's talking. He's like, he kind of advises you. Yeah, back when I was before I was recruited in the war, I was actually a private investigator looking for people and things like that. I have quite the history of this kind of stuff. This would be easy. And as he gets into his anecdote, it just goes on for maybe half an hour later, and you guys have been like walking circles around the Hall of Windheim. You're now in the Court of Reverence for some reason, and Roderick, it just dawns on you, wait, I have no idea where I am or what I was trying to do.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I actually don't know this area that well.
Oh, I think we're in the Court of Reverence. I see a giant fucking pillar with a light on top.
Kind of just scratch his head, kind of looking around. Ugh.
You are near the Hallowed Chantry right now, so that's the spot 6 here on it. And so to kind of quickly surmise, there are a large amount of really peculiar architectured buildings here. So 4 is like this like white stone, but partially tons of vegetation. You guys can see it. It's got a bunch of life there. Doma would go, oh, that's probably related to Marlesh. And then this structure here, number 7, is mostly a very large wall, but at certain angles you guys would see that there does appear to be a very spherical, like half of a dome in the very middle of it, which is just, it's pitch black. It does not have the same coloring as the rest of Windheim, which just makes it super stand out. This building here, number 3, this is this T-shaped building that's massively tall, much like the Hreisfjörður in Iceland or whatever it happens to be, that cathedral I mentioned. It's heavily inspired by that. So it's huge in comparison to other dwellings. Hala Chantry obviously is this giant spire-like structure, and there's a floating halo above it that's glowing. Or actually not quite glowing, but reflecting light heavily from the other very prominent structure here, the giant Everbright's beacon, which is this is like basically a lighthouse, and just shedding orange light. Over about half of the Court of Reverence is illuminated by the Everbright's beacon, and its light definitely plays very well with whatever alloy the halo on the Halo Chantry is made out of, because it just reflects it pretty clearly. Giving it occasionally at certain times of day, giving it almost like a glow. And then finally, the last building here that I guess we could talk about would be this one, number 8, which is basically looks like an observatory, probably related to Eleanor. And since we know it, there's a building 2. That building is looks like a theater, a giant like amphitheater is what it looks like. It's curved. It has rows of seats. There could be spectacles that are presented at such a event. So that's what you guys see here, and then you would know that there is a statue present here as well. But yeah, you did not find High General Turin in Roderick's 1 hour of just talking about his past and leading you guys on, and eventually just kind of stops and going, oh.
Hey, don't say leading him on. It's just trying.
Well, conveniently, we find ourselves in front of another statue. Since we've been looking at all of them, I say, this one's quite interesting. What do you guys think? How we examine the statue.
What do we see?
Okay. So red. What a reference.
You okay, DT?
Kill me.
Okay.
So due northwest of the Hala Chantry is this courtyard that you guys are in, right? You should see on the map. It's slightly just a little bit of open space from nearby dwellings. And you would see 4 12-foot tall statues of humanoids who are standing shoulder to shoulder with one another. You note their formation makes a crescent shape, with each humanoid facing a slightly different direction. On the far left stands a dragonborn wearing full plate armor. He is facing southwest with a slight tilt of his chin upwards. You notate the large size of his physique, recognizing this man was probably an exceptional athlete. He stands upright with confident posture. His right arm hangs to his side, gripping a flail. His left hand is extended forward and appears to be holding a ball of fire. You feel as if the statue is almost lifelike. The details on each of the scales, the pristine look of the plate. There is even an imprint on the breastplate of the fanged claw holding a similar flame. It is hard not to be impressed by the mastercraft of this art piece. The confidence exuding from this man is infectious, and you feel as if you could right any wrong while in the presence of it. To the right of the Dragonborn is a bald orc woman whose face is covered in wrinkles. She faces mostly south, with a tinge to the west. Her left eye seems to be swollen shut, while her right eye is almost comically large. She's hunched forward with a lanky right arm bracing herself on a long staff that would have been made out of wood. She's wearing long, tattered clothes that were probably a serviceable poncho originally. Her left hand is extended forward, and there appears to be an orb of fluid floating at the tips of her fingers. You notate the amazing detail on each of the individual strands of fabric, the grain of the wood on the staff, the fluid-like look of the liquid in her left hand. It is astonishing to believe that this work is actually made of stone. The statue pours off waves of wisdom, as if in its presence you could uncover any secret. To the left of the orc woman, which would be the second to the right now, stands a hobgoblin wearing leather hides. He faces eastward. He has shoulder-length hair that is twinned into dreads, or twined into dreads. 2 prominent widow's peaks slip through the hairline. He's standing upright with his left hand extended forward, holding what appears to be a cube of earth. His right arm rests on his side, holding a twig wand. You get a sense of prestige, yet harmony from his posture and expression. The etching of the stonework is immaculate, much like its predecessors, to the point where you can see almost each individual fur from the hides he wears. You can even see the pores upon his face. This artwork emanates an aura of balance, as if you can make all things become equal within its presence. And the final statue is far to the right. It is shaped like a human wearing plate armor. She faces east with a slight drift, northward. Unlike the other statues, something that's a bit off about this one, though. The face of the woman appears to be blurred or dulled, as if the passage of time has been far harsher on this piece compared to the others. The woman has a free-flowing, wavy hair that extends to her shoulder blades. She stands upright, but you sense a slight droop forward. Her right arm hangs to the side, holding a large shield. Her left hand is extended forward, much like the others, and you see a bolt of lightning cresting in her palm. Despite the erosion done to the face and the head, the rest of the statue details match that of the others. You notice an etching on the shield of a humanoid hand clutching a lightning bolt. A similar symbol can be seen hanging around her neck, a holy symbol hanging on a chain necklace, effectively. For some reason, you can't help but feel slightly forlorn in the presence of this work. However, the statue also clearly radiates a feeling of resolve within you, as if you could conquer any trial. At the base of the statue, which these are 4 individual statues but in conjunction with each other, there's one placard that reads, "The Unity Pact ensured our survival from the madness of the world. May the sacrifice of not just the Onyx Flame, the Thunder Ruby, Crazy Eye, and Red Palm remind us that in unity we can overcome."
Damn.
What were the name of those people?
The titles that were presented are the Onyx Flame, the Thunder Ruby, Crazy Eye, and Red Palm. Suffice to say, Crazy Eye is probably the orc woman, based on the unusual eye. And then the Onyx Flame, there's one that happens to be using fire, so that's probably related to them. Thunder Ruby is probably the one related to the one using lightning. And Red Palm is probably the hobgoblin who was using earth, just by process of elimination.
Right.
They represent the elements?
Lightning, though? The lightning element?
Air?
Lightning is often associated to the type of elemental energies that are infused with wind. That's what tends to be the case.
Air.
As there isn't actually an air elemental damage type in the game. So normally you'll see thunder/lightning is what's attributed to wind elementals. So yeah, an estimate of elemental affinity does seem to be quite a quotient involved with these 4 statues.
Dragonbor's wearing a Drabolor's crest on his chest, isn't he?
Yes, the Onyx Flame. You could see. Well, his shield had Drabolor's symbol on it. Or one of the items had his claw, for sure. Yeah, so you know he's not just attuned well with fire. He's also was a practitioner of Drabolor.
Ew.
Did you say the woman with the lightning, she also had a holy symbol?
Yes, she is clearly using Volad's holy symbol. The other 2, though, the woman with the orc woman with water, the old orc woman with water, and then the elderish-looking hobgoblin, they do not have such iconography upon them. And this is a full-blood orc. This is not a half-orc. This was a full-blood female orc. Right, so you guys are looking for High General Turn, unless there's something else you wish to do. So, Roderick has squandered an hour of your day. It's now 7 p.m. Well, not 7, sorry, 6:30 p.m. Almost 7 now. Do you still want to go try to find High General Turn, right? So,
Ask somebody on the street.
Can we just ask someone?
Find a guard.
Yeah, so you find one of the Tribunal, I think. If memory serves, Tribunal is the police of the inner cities. So you find a Tribunal. There's a group of them, right? Let's say 3 of them, and you approach them. 2 humans and then 1 dwarf, basically. And the human that is a human male, and he responds, "Yeah, what can I help you with?"
Yeah, we're looking for High General Torwin. You happen to know where he's at currently?
Telfont would probably be the most likely way. You'll probably want headed down to the Grandview Park and go up the high road. Ah, Miss Evelyn. Hope you're having a great day.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a lovely day.
Couldn't sound more depressing.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much.
It's been a long day.
Yeah.
She says with a
So-
far-off look of just thinking about all the information that's been dumped.
Information overload the last 48
And don't forget,
hours. My mind is mush.
Yesterday, she also was revealed that she's a descendant of an archfey, so she's got a lot on her plate lately. Right?
Yeah.
So to the Telfont.
Right.
on, yes,
Up
indeed.
the high road.
Mhm.
It's fine. Roderick will take it from here.
with a slant to his pride, you guys make your way south to Grandview
No
Park.
slant.
Actually, I guess you would go through Ark Bengala here is what you would go through. Baldric seems to only look at one specific building in this area, but does not comment about it. And then you guys eventually leave Ark Bengala, and then you're in Grandview Park, which is where the last statue happens to be. Which you might as
look
well
at
just
that.
stop by it while you're...
It's right here.
Yeah, all right. So in the very center of Grandview Park, there's this like intersection of different sidewalks, basically, and there's all these like little grass fields that are placed around it. And so with that, we would be. Oh, where is it? The bottom one? No, it's on the top. Okay. Wait, why did this become a table? Ooh. Okay. Well, let me try to read it as it shouldn't be a table, but apparently it became a table. In the exact center of the park rests a 12-foot tall statue. The statue depicts three figures in an odd arrangement. To the left is a human male who is standing back to back with an elven woman. The human wears plate armor with his arms folded across his chest. A long sword hangs in a sheath off his left hip. He sports short hair coupled with a short but full beard. A notable scar runs through his left eye, which is currently depicted closed. His posture is tilted to his left, while his head is depicted looking over his right shoulder, as if something's above him here. The elven woman who is to his back has her hair pulled into a high ponytail. She wears one sleeve gown that exposes her right shoulder, while also having a prominent slit down the left side of the dress. She's decorated with ornate jewelry, including 3 rings on her left hand, 3 bracelets across her right arm, 3 anklets on her left leg, a series of crescent earrings coupled with multiple necklaces. Her right hand clutches an elaborate wand with a humanoid face near the grip of the wand. You believe you can make out a feather covering the left eye while the right eye remains visible. The woman's left shoulder is lifted upwards as her head looks over the same shoulder, so she's also got something that she's looking over up behind her. Standing with 1 foot on the human's right shoulder and 1 foot on the elf's left shoulder is a statue of a male gnome. He is draped with a thick cloak with the hood down. He is clean shaven with mid-length wavy hair. Both of his hands are reaching out in front of him, gripping the top and bottom of an unfurled scroll. At the base of the fountain, the placard reads, "The Unity Pact ensured our survival from the madness of the world. May the efforts of not just One-Eyed Lion, the Dusk Runner, and the Fey Watcher remind us that in unity we can overcome." So at this point, you would recognize that this statue is in conjunction with the one with the Court of Reverence. So those 7 individuals must have dealt with that issue.
Unity, hey?
And then with
Nobody
Evelyn's
saw the
recent
patterns?
recanting, you would know that the Unity Pact was dealt with is what was signed to deal with the Elven madness. So these would be the 7 heroes of that period of time. Of course, there's probably other heroes too, but these ones were probably the climax confrontation involving these people. All right, so after getting your view of the odd armor arrangement and weapons and these other historic vestiges upon your persons, you decide to hit the high road, which as you make your way there is High Watch present. And the High Watch do momentarily pause you, but once they recognize Evelyn, they let your group through. And so as you skirt your way up the high road, you eventually get to the Telfount. Whether there is more presence of High Watch there, they do not halt you at any point in this port, though. And you get right into the telephone. Now, it is evening now, so there are shades of pink, if not black, actually starting to reach in the sky, because guys are approaching now, like literally 7 o'clock now for sure. So dusk is hitting the area. As you enter into the telephone, it's a massive spire, right? So there's technically two side spires. Sorry, my hands are over here when you came and said 2 side spires, and then 1 massive spire in the middle, right? And you are entering the massive spire in the middle. As you enter inside it, it's just like a giant cylinder, right? Like you look up, the walls are curved around you. And you've been here once before. There's kind of like a not labyrinth, but a slight like hallway arrangement of different paths you can go. And most of them kind of curve around in circular fashion to the shape of or contours of the dwelling you're in. There isn't a like secretary. The amount of population inside the telephone right now is a lot lower. But after some legwork of flagging down someone that happens to be here, maybe some other high watch that happen to be police in the interior of it, you would eventually conclude that High General Turn is actually down in the lower area of the telephone. So the telephone also goes down, not just up, goes down, and more near the center of the in between. So basically, you're like 50 feet in the air, right? You've got to go down about 3 floors to get to where High General Turn's currently residing, which is like kind of the military section of the Telefont. So after winding your way down several flights of spiraling staircases, getting stopped occasionally by people, probably mostly with Thorg leading the charge because he was taking charge, and them going, "What are you doing?" "Oh, Miss Stira, sorry, please, by all means." You eventually find yourself entering into what appears to be a very reinforced section of the Telefont. So the hallways and doors, they are not wooden frame doors. These are all like metallic doors. So as if a siege was happening outside, this would be the best bottleneck point to really defend anyone from going upwards. Basically, it would be right here. There are what you would assume to be closed doorways, but as you pass by them, you feel like, based off of like the relative amount of people present and stuff like that, there's probably also armory. There's probably weapons and such in some of these rooms that you're passing by. You can't see into it, but you assume that there would probably be, based off it. Thork, for sure, with your knowledge of your military expertise, you'd go, this would be a really good spot for such equipment.
An armory.
Yeah, and so after passing by quite a bit of the fanfare of defense short up here, you do eventually find your way entering into two guards that are in front of a double door. And you would surmise from your points that High General Turns on the other side. You see two relatively thin, lanky individuals. One's a female and one is a male. They're both human, and they both just kind of look like they just haven't been eating very well for the last, like, let's say, year or so. They just look a lot thinner than everyone else that happens to be. But they are living and breathing. There's nothing that seems odd in them besides they just look thin compared to other individuals. They are wearing plate like standard High Watch individuals, and you guys have seen these people before. You saw them the day you talked to the high-seated initially. These were the two guards that High General Turn asked by name to escort him out of the chambers. At this point, as you approach, the male steps forward. So one of you was here to seek to High General Solus Turn, right? And he looks over towards Roderick.
Yeah, would it be possible to bring my group with me?
The woman and the male exchange glances real quick. The woman kind of just nods her head. Or I say, suggests her head towards the door, and the male shrugs. All right, well, if you think it's fine, Cynthia, I think it's fine. Be our guest. And they just gesture for you to open the door on your own.
Alright, he walks up and opens the door.
All right. Can you make a strength check?
Wow!
You're right there.
19, 18.
All right. So what could have been a very embarrassing situation, like Roderick's just like spinning his hand ready, pulls. There's a momentary it doesn't budge immediately. He's like, oh, I gotta really yank it. He manages with enough momentum to carry. He never, from another person's perspective, it doesn't look like he actually stops. But Roger knows himself this door is way heavier than he was anticipating for it.
What the fuck is wrong with this door? Who the fuck?
You only managed to open one of the two. You don't open both double doors, just one of the doors. And the thing creaks heavily as you open it. And it comes to a stop. And Roderick's slightly perspiring just a little bit from the amount of work he just had to exert to open the door.
Should oil those hinges sometimes.
The
That's
understatement.
worse than the Great Gate. Alright, let's get going.
Alright, so your party walks forward past the hallway that now has been opened to you. And you enter into a large study where there is several depictions of maps of different points of New Ulsol, including the Elder Isles. There's even some maps of the entirety of Estrin. There's lots of names are placed across it, and there's numerous ones. There's also a giant table, not in the center of the room, but placed to the side that happens to have a map scrolled over, and there's a bunch of little tokens placed against it. And you can see that there's topography on this map, in fact, of which clearly you see the giant straight line of the Alorn mountain range that separates the west half of New Ulsol and the east half. And there appears to be quite a number of tokens currently on the east side in the area that which most of you would know anyways as the Duskmire Marshes. I know that maybe Ikal and Thoric might not be as familiar with the surface geography, but the rest of us, Doma included, would be aware that the Eastern Marshes has quite a placement of tokens in that location. So for those of you who haven't really seen the New Ulsol map in its entirety, this would be a great opportunity for you to have get some look at it. Besides this and other shelves with scrolls and candles that are currently lit right now, providing dim light mostly in this room right now. There is a giant table in the very center, or rather a desk in the very center along the back wall with a big wide chair, and then there sits High General Turin, who's got a pen in one hand and he's currently writing onto a quill, and he's writing onto a piece of paper right now. And he looks up momentarily at all of you as you enter in, and he gestures for you guys to come towards him, but he resumes his sentence, whatever he was writing. Unlike at the high-seated table, he does not have his claymore strapped to his back. Instead, the claymore is currently leaning against the very desk that he's currently residing against. And as you get closer, definitely you, as well as all my elves with your higher perceptions, you guys would notice that, I think even Thoric, you're 15, you would see this too, that he probably uses this spot of the desk to hold that weapon often because there's nicks and dents consistently, probably from wear and tear of this giant behemoth of a weapon just constantly being dropped onto this portion of the table. The furnishing here is reasonably high quality stuff, but there doesn't appear to be anywhere near the care that someone should in the investment with it, as if the cost was up front and then no real maintenance has been done post it. So maybe it was hand-me-downs, or, it's more of its form and function more than, let's say, actually caring about the full aesthetic of the orientation. This seems very contradictory to the presentation that was the formality of the High Chandler. This seems much more of a person that is straight to business. So as you guys come into front of the desk, the door behind you, you hear it close, and the room shakes just momentarily. Some of the candles flicker from the change in the wind pressure coming into it. And then the High General, after he still has his hand up as he's writing out a little bit more, he then suddenly does a bunch of elaborate cursive. It's near the bottom, assuming signing his name on the bottom of it. He stops, he puts the quill back into the ink well beside, rolls a scroll up, and then he kind of places it into a drawer on his side. He didn't even stamp this yet. He probably will later. Holds his hands over his puts his elbows onto the desk, folds his hands together. Well, the Heartseeker here, right? Perfect. Well, so I didn't expect all of you to show, but it's the more the merrier. Corporal Greycrow, how kind of you to see me before you left.
Hello, General, and I guess you would do the salute that he should know from Fort Hall.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Sure.
Whatever it happens to be, I don't give a damn.
Salute.
The Windheim salute.
Exactly right. That. Yes.
Yeah. So you stand at at attention as you were trained, even though it was a very short tenure. You were the 6 weeks.
Even though we
so.
did it badly.
Actually, I don't know if you guys got to 6 weeks. I think you only got maybe
No.
3 to 4. But yeah, so your tenure there.
How'd you make it to corporal already?
I know, right?
He got
right.
He wasn't even a private. He was a recruit. He never passed boot camp. But what happened was he was effectively promoted to corporal because he got Evelyn back safely.
Special mission
At
complete.
the end of High Seated, he said the general mistakenly called him by what would be his default title, private. Went, no, you're a corporal now. You have more than earned that, basically. So it's probably more honorary than actual than anything else, right? Which is kind of what military ranks occasionally happen to be. So.
Yeah.
Well, please. Well, there's not enough seats for all of you all, but that's fine. There are 2 chairs present, so for everyone that would want to sit, Baldric quickly takes one.
Evelyn, dear, take a seat. Take a seat.
No, I'll just.
Curse this mink oil.
This one's not slippery, though.
He doesn't slide.
No.
This one's
No
like
mink oil?
sandpaper.
Oh,
This
man.
one doesn't let you go anywhere.
This one is much more. It's not
sticky.
cushioned though, so it's kind of like he's like, Baldric's probably like, oh,
My back.
could use some cushion.
sciatica.
It's like a wooden chair.
Someone recently spilled the soda on it. It's a little sticky.
Well, how are things, Evelyn? Has Windheim upheld what you remember it to being?
It's been good to be home. It's sad we have to leave so quickly, but
Oh, leave so quickly. I assumed
Yeah,
that you
we-
would be relinquished and back to your mother's care now, or, well, relatively your care.
there's some stuff that I think I need to see through that have happened on our journey. So
Well, that was the topic I wish to discuss with Corporal Greycrow, actually. But with all your testimonies, that just will help firm out the story, I suppose. I just wish to know from first-hand experiences of what happened, where the losses occurred, and strategic places of importance into some of the locations you've been.
Jeez. That's quite a few things.
But first
Yeah,
of
it
all,
is.
Corporal, because of your duty, I have determined retroactively have to promoted you to corporal here, and your 2-month tenure with us has earnings that are due to you. And he turns to his side, and he pulls a bag of coin, and he places it, and he kind of slides it across the desk towards you. Doesn't make it all the way, but stops, and you hear a resounding amount of coin inside that. Now, of
50
course,
gold.
there's not. It's probably not as much as you were hoping. The military does have a budget, but it is still more money than you had previously. So congratulations. If there were others that survived the ordeal, we would have earnings for them too. But I believe you're the only survivor.
There's another.
Roderick would
Nodding along
take the bag
soundly.
slowly.
Yeah, you reach out and grab the
Thank
bag.
you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
As you grab the bag, you just kind of like flip it open real quick, or like untie it real quick just to see how much inside there. And there would be a total of 128 gold pieces inside that bag. Which
Amal.
you know that you guys have been gone for about 2 months, so it's been about 60 days. And so making more than 2 gold a day is actually really good. This is well more than what you should have been making as a recruit/private. So as his claim was, as being corporal, he has retroactively doubled the pay across the entirety of the tenure that you've had there. So this is actually would be good pay for the amount of days that were spent on that. Actually, that's a large amount of money there, right?
We wouldn't know, apparently.
I mean, yeah, you got, but that 128 gold is a lot of money.
It's normal people.
It's like half a year's worth of wages there, right?
Sheesh. Anyway. Thank you.
Don't make much in this world.
Yeah, I didn't really expect this.
Well, you are still in the service, of course, and every day going forward, you'll be making 2 gold too.
Every day.
Is there a reason that he wouldn't be?
No. don't think so.
Right.
Not bad.
Okay, well then, let's get to go into on the... Can you give me a report about what transpired at Fort Hall, what you saw in where you went, some of the things I've heard from the High Observer have advised me that Medan was a place you visited, which I have inquiries about. But please, can you give me a recounting of your tale?
Is there a way to do short version of this?
Absolutely, there is a way to do the shorthand version of this, but this is also a very important point in time where you can withhold information from him, and so it might be more prudent of us for you to tell me what you are willing to tell him. So, the High General, in the course of your explanation, is going to be targeting very specific things. He cares more about strategic value, fault, how the fort fell, who's to blame, things like that, right? So if you know anything that might not have been detailed when Fort Hall fell in the initial reports, this would be a great opportunity to present such facts. It's like I'm stressing something that may or may not be regaled here. So at this part, let's talk about Fort Hall. Can you actually roleplay that portion, that description for me? Because I feel like this is very precarious parts to talk about.
This is unrecorded episodes.
Unrecorded episodes, yeah.
Yeah, really.
My character wasn't there, haha.
So only Doma, Roderick,
Two, right?
and Evelyn would know.
Oh, Evelyn was there too.
Evelyn was not in the
I
first.
was
Evelyn
at the
joined
very
like
end,
episode
though.
4, and that was the episode.
All right, you know what this
before,
calls
though.
for, right?
Don't say it.
What does this call for?
You better not effing say it.
F and say what?
You better not
Yeah,
say
well,
I'm making a history check.
what?
I'm gonna be pissed.
We could
No.
also just give a blanket
Even
item
worse.
and everything.
What is
Even
what's
worse.
worse?
No. This calls for a secret meeting.
Oh, secret meeting.
Oh,
Let's
boy.
go.
No, you're gonna go to the other chat and talk in the hard
Yep.
secret. Fuck that. No, we're not wasting. We have viewers right now. We're not wasting time on that. So you can discuss it and openly out of character if you'd like, but you're not gonna
Alright,
just
let's
talk on
talk.
another channel. We got people watching us here. Come on. How boring
Alright,
for
alright.
them.
All right, so out of character here. All right, give me 2 seconds.
It's been a
Goes
while.
all the way
It's been
down
a while,
to
and these last
notes.
like few weeks have been like chaos. So
Yeah, fair.
The big orc's name.
You're
Do
still
we
in
have
the
notes
military.
from back then? Ooh.
Hmm?
You have notes from back then?
The stronger. The,
that's a good question.
You don't need
actually-
notes. How do you not remember some of the big things that happened back then? Have you guys
so
forgotten the
these-
first
wait,
half
wait,
of the
Years
entire
ago. It was like
story?
3 years ago.
I know it.
Yeah, but you've been rewatching everything.
There's no episodes to watch back then.
Rewatch that.
What do you mean rewatching?
I can't believe you're rewatching.
How dare you use that against me, Al?
He probably rewatches it. He probably recorded it for his private.
No
use.
way. I would have
His
put it.
brain.
No way.
Worse.
These accusations.
He
Devious.
replayed it
We
with
can't
different
trust
parties.
him.
Different players went through it again. He replayed it multiple times.
This is very true.
Yeah, but not all the facts stay the same. Anyways, so please.
So basically, let's see. So with that, I remember. So basically, what is it that we went to the train exercise out there, out in the woods. How far was that roughly? Was it like 2 days trek or something like that?
Oh yeah, it was like a 2-day trek there, or like a day trek there. Yeah, I think it was about 2 days. Yeah.
The Dome of
Oh, I don't
Peace-
have the stupid map on the.
No, that was after that. That was after that.
But you went to Mount Serene. It's like 2 days travel,
Get on my head.
and then you guys go
You don't even know that.
up the mountain. The mountain would be like you had 5 days to go up the mountain and come back, right? And
Mhm.
each person is given each group was assigned a unique task to do on the survival exercise, right? It's not just surviving; it was also completing a task in that period of time. Your guys' task happened to be to get to the very top, and then get your arcane emblazoned seal on yourself to prove you've been to the top of the mountain. And Sergeant Brantz did not hold a very high opinion in your group and did not expect you to survive, let alone come back. And not only did you come back, you came back first, beating everyone else. But probably because you guys were foolish and took the shortcut, the most dangerous portion of the mountain, and saved the whole day on everyone. It almost spelled your doom, but you survived.
Yetis.
So he was correct in assuming they would not survive.
Yeah.
Well, they did.
All of them did not.
Well, I mean, but this is the survival exercise. They did come back from that. So, yeah, it was like 2 days out to get to Mount Serene and go up and down it. But anything important, maybe before you went to Mount Serene? Anything important at all that might have happened during their training in Fort Tall? Any of the shenanigans and getting caught with pee pants or being thrown in prison and talking about disfiguring one of your party members and illusionary magics, and maybe Relina being present, or Orca actually, maybe being a spy that he wasn't aware about. Any of this might be helpful.
A spy.
I mean, Evelyn knows, or Relina mentioned it, I think, right? Relina mentioned to all of you Orca. Yeah, so you all know Orca was working for Niera.
Yep.
So any of this, do you want to talk about?
Nah.
Do you want to talk about the relative lack of soldiers present? Do you want to talk about you guys skating the joint with Krista, looking for some interesting things and finding some armories and stuff like that? Do you want to talk about you guys being on top of the mountain and running into worm parasites, and the Baladin seemed absolutely batshit insane? Do you want to talk about
Baladin dead?
Do you want to bring up? Let's see.
Running to the
Yeti, the voice you heard on the wind at the top of the mountain. Do you want to talk about how Oryx survived by going to the bag of holding when he fell to his death but didn't die? What else did happen back? Do you want to talk about you guys potentially becoming deserters because you were trying to convince Sergeant Brance that you were needed to go north, and he was like, "That's going to be leaving the freaking camp." You want to talk about that? Do you want to talk about Haname casting Feign Death on Orc and him basically being surgically operated on while still being alive but uncomatose?
What were you guys doing in your boot camp?
Oh, we had a great time in our boot camp.
These first few episodes, quite ideal. Do you want to talk?
We had the person supervising us sprain their back and be put out of commission for days.
Yeah, because Galavin took his whipping lashings for Doma instead, and he used his stone's endurance, right, to not take any damage, and that pissed Brance off enough that he tried to put all his power in a swing, and he rolled a nat 1. And he slipped and sprung his back. What else happened in Fort Tall? Let's think here. You guys are then arrested. We're going to be trialed for deserting.
This sounds like stuff we want to talk about.
Do you want to bring this up? Do you want to bring up that Corporal Bruce and Sergeant Brance offered you I guess Corporal Bruce offered you a plea bargain that if you helped them retake the fort as you came back. You don't know how it fell. It was attacked when you came back with the recruits. And as you snuck in through a different direction, because you were the suicide squad where the rest of the force was going to do the smart direction, you guys went to suicide with Corporal Bruce. And
just like the mountain.
And you climbed over with a freaking magical rope and found that the lower shelf had already fallen, basically, and you were on the upper shelf, right? But while you were trying to go back downstairs to regroup with Captain Ryle and Sergeant Brance, you might have ran into some freaking criminal piece of shit in there who was covered in black soot and stuff like that, with a whole bag of freaking jewelry. Do you remember this, Doma? Because I do. I remember you took some of that jewelry and you let the son of a bitch get away with it. You guys want to talk about this situation?
Okay, wait. We're gonna talk about most of that except admit the criminal stuff.
What? There's so much criminal stuff happening. What's
the part that gets us arrested?
It's like Swiss cheese at that point.
Well, you see, we did a thing. We got back. The thing happened.
Yeah. You're making it sound terrible.
It was terrible.
Before you even get.
That's not. Listen, Petit. I don't know what you think's supposed to happen at boot camp, but it ain't that. Right?
Like, I think we were legit the misfits. Holy shit, like super misfits.
And not
misfits.
Yeah, no wonder you got in the title chosen by Vlad, because you guys were a bunch of dicks. It was appropriate, goddammit. All right, then and
I
then
regret nothing.
It's not just that, because then you guys, you meet Evelyn and you help her escape, and then you have the opportunity to talk about everything after Fort Tall. That's just in Fort Tall we're talking about. So what do you want to talk about here and inform High General Solus Turin about? Please let me know.
Holy crap, man! Just the training exercise, coming back to the fucking mess, and eventually getting out of there with Evelyn. We can skip on the on the things that are gray. We can skip on those gray details or things that are
You're not going to talk about the worms. You're not going to talk about. I mean, it makes sense that you wouldn't talk about Doma basically being one of the other soldiers, even though there would be 128 gold in it for him, and a title, an official title. There's some prestige.
Title.
Is that really something that?
It's not something Doma wants.
So, but it's not like you can ask Doma here. You have to make that decision yourself. So, would Roderick throw Doma out of the bus?
120 gold is not worth Doma suffering through having to recant the first 4 episodes. He's out of that.
I won't mention anything about Doma.
Part of the reason.
128 gold's a lot of money, goddammit, alright? That's 2
Not
normal
worth it, buddy.
potions. 2 normal potions right there.
No one likes potions anyway.
Yeah, we'll omit about Doma.
Alright, you don't want
worm
to talk
parasites.
about the black sooted cover man inside the fort? Because Doma is incriminated because he took some of this guy's money?
Yeah, no.
You're not.
That.
Oh my god. That one might be really important.
Nurse is really trying to nudge us somewhere.
Alright, you skip the would-be sabotager. Clearly, he did something bad, but nah, we're gonna ignore this. We're not talking about the worm parasites or any of the crazy shit. Man, you are skipping a lot of the. Alright, so you're telling me you say the following. We got to the fort. The fort was moderately run well. There were some problems with the upper brass. They might have been a little too strict, but it was all right. We got through it. There was a couple people that were, problematic, right? But that wasn't us. We were not problematic, right?
No.
Make a deception roll.
It was definitely us.
Make a deception roll if you're trying to lie about that.
I'm not trying to lie about it. I'm being serious. It was definitely my group.
So you're gonna admit you're admitting that you're Volad's chosen.
No, we're not. Wait, that's not a real title.
That's not our group name anymore.
Are you going to admit this or not in this conversation?
That there were some issues in boot camp. Like we had our issues.
That you were the problem children.
Sure, yeah, whatever.
Right, so then this is where High General Turin. Ah, yes, right. The reports do indicate of the few other survivors that survived the fort's falling. Not everyone died there, so there was some accounts that your group were the troublemakers. Volad's chosen was enunciated several times in regards to your group.
What?
Not the official name.
Yeah, it's not our official, not the official name.
According to the doctrines here, that's the title I was expecting to call you all, but I guess
Heartseekers.
I guess Heartseekers is what you want instead. I would have stuck with Volad, but all right.
Really?
I mean,
all right.
Heartseeker sounds like you carve people's organs out and sacrifice it to dark gods.
You just have a dark mind, dude.
Yeah, that's really.
That's really dark.
I have been in the military for pretty much my entire life, so.
That's really dark.
All right, so then, now then, let's get to the other juicy bits. Post Fort Tall. You have to remember what happened post Fort Tall. There's no way. I just saved your ass with the pre Fort Tall shit. Son of a bitch. All right, post Fort Tall. Good luck. What are you going to talk about?
I'm getting a sheet of paper from the table. I'm just gonna do a rudimentary map of under the mountain that I know of.
All right. So was basically that? Was it that blighted village?
Well, yeah. So there's some really important things. You run into Aniel. You run into a necklace. You die. Krista dies. Kodal. Orcs chasing you. Any of that going to be brought up?
Yes. I don't want to die though.
So what is going to be brought up?
No, it's okay. Kind of omit the Aniel part and the death part.
Well, because the Aniel part's kind of really important on this whole little arc here, right? Because you didn't go chase Rakan down because you were fleeing the orcs. You ran into Aniel because you were fleeing the orcs, and then you were trying to help Aniel. So if Aniel's not in this equation, General Turin's going to be very confused about why you were going the way you were going. So are you not talking about Aniel at all? This is why I wanted to roleplay this, because he would troubleshoot your damn inquiries.
Wait. In this case, maybe okay, Roderick would use the awakened mind feature to kind of speak into the party member's mind, and he's like, okay, so basically this is a point where
FYI, when you do this, time is still happening when you're having this conversation, so it just suddenly gets really quiet as everyone's looking at you, waiting for you to continue the story, and you're having a conversation.
Yeah,
with someone on
the mouth, kind of thinking.
Rub the goatee.
Yeah, and then he would say that. So, should I mention the Aniel stuff or not?
No, God,
No.
You can only ask one person this. Who is your confidant?
I mean, it could be like a thought. It can be like sent off real quick. Just like give me.
It's an action to do Awaken Mind, I believe.
6 seconds per person.
No, it doesn't say an action.
Does it? All right. No. Well, even then, it's still a couple seconds per person. So I don't know.
It should be fairly obvious what the group's opinion of what statement would be.
Yeah.
Come on, Petite.
Fucking melon.
All right, you don't bring up Aniel.
I'll admit to it.
So now this is absolutely lying, because for you to fabricate the points where you go through, you have to make an arrangement of a lie. Please make a deception roll.
Forced to the Dan Mountains by the orcs. Like, it's super easy. Like, that's just super easy lie.
Yeah, but you're lying nonetheless.
True, it'll be an easy roll.
What'd you get, Petite?
It's not even a full lie. It's a half. It's a half.
You should roll a 1.
It's enough.
You can roll 1.
Oh man.
The lag as I roll. It's an 8 in total.
8?
So
yeah, my stuff lagged as it went up. Like, it stopped.
You rolled a 3?
Yeah, it legit stopped like in midair.
So Roderick is gonna be talking like in deep detail, and then wait, just a minute. So the orcs. It just fucking makes the most obvious lie after waiting for a few minutes to think it up.
So the orcs.
Yeah, well, the orcs were chasing us, and we just
we
ran
into some stuff.
Things and stuff happened, and
right. All right. So you ran from the orcs. Mm-hmm. Well, I could imagine they would maybe be pursuing survivors. That makes sense. But why did you? How did you get into Medan? Supposedly, where? I don't remember. What do you mean you don't remember? It was somewhere. What do you mean? How'd you get there? Point on the map. And he slides a map for you. You were here at Fort Tall, so now I'm gonna freaking get a object.
Give us a map.
Board, custom board, plop. All right, hold that for a second.
Somewhere there-ish.
Which one is the safe one? That's the question. Which one is the safe one? Is it this one? Yes. Okay, it's that one. Custom. Alright. Browse. Desktop. Oh, gosh. Maps. It should be this one. Local import.
Nope, doesn't work.
You don't see this map.
Local image failed.
nope, got nothing.
Really?
Yeah, nothing.
Totally loaded for me. All
yeah,
right.
because it's local.
Must be nice.
Post it in a Discord chat and then just link it from there.
All right, well, let's cloud load it then instead.
That works.
Oh, it didn't.
Failed again.
Hold on. I'm working here. Cloud.
He's working here.
I'm working. All right, does it work now?
Yes, that is the different.
Yes,
map.
it is.
Okay.
It's different?
No.
It's not. Yeah, it's not Windheim. Okay, so. All right, you guys were here at Fort Tall. Mount Serene was like right north of you, right there. Right, that's where you guys went. Right,
Lock it, please.
I'm locking it. All right, so you went up here for your survival exercise to the top Mount Serene. Several day journey, basically, right? And then you had like a camp around here. There was a lake nearby, and you bunkered at the lake, and then you went up and then back down, and then you came back to the fort. As you got back to the fort was being besieged and destroyed, and you snuck on the north side of it and got back inside. All right, so from here, you were at Fort Tall and you ran with Evelyn. Which way did you run?
Did we really have a direction? We're heading northbound for the most part, right?
So did you end up in Hypel, did you get to the Great Gate?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
Where can you point where approximately you got into Medan?
We didn't have any maps or anything to really kind of reference it.
Right, I'm trying to have you guess based on the amount of days you traveled. You haven't
Right,
detailed to me
Bill?
how many days you traveled, but surely you know, and I'm sure you can tell from my perspective, knowing where there might be an avenue where underdwelling creatures might pour out and destroy Windheim. I might want to have defenses nearby. This is for Windheim's security and safety that I'm looking into this.
I understand.
Right? So
Yes,
where do you
Davis, we
think
went,
this route in? You never
Well,
described how you got in there, but where would it be approximately?
See, so remember, there's a river. I'll say somewhere around here. When you say, what's that?
That's very far from Medan.
That would make no
Medan's
sense
over
if you.
here somewhere, and you never went to Hypel, so it has to be like this direction-ish.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I'm saying like in this area here,
somewhere
like somewhere.
between-
FYI,
Green.
the rivers here, these are the big rivers. There are smaller rivers too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not.
You
This,
crossed
unfortunately, I can't draw every fucking little thing that exists. Okay, so not
Okay.
that skill. This is a pulled
I would
back
guess
view.
somewhere between this, where like Fort Tall Mount Serene and then the mountain, kind of like somewhere in that. We were basically.
Because basically
directly-
the Great Gate is there and it's elevated.
Right.
Is this supposed to be a path that right here? That's supposed to be something that's
That's a
like
mine.
another entrance.
That's
That's a mine.
Yes, a mine that I
Okay.
believe is closed, and he kind of shuffles his papers real quick to verify if
Ah.
that one is still open. But while he's doing that, you can continue trying to figure out where you're supposed to be.
Are there any villages that are, between, Fort Tall and this mine here, like anywhere in the vicinity of that?
Well, there was historically there's a whole bunch of unnamed towns and villages, but most of them would not be in the Medan area. Medan is well, as you're probably aware, is spooky, as the common folk would refer to it.
Mm.
Yeah, that would be the Deep Back Mine. In fact, the Deep Back Mine is technically still operational to my knowledge.
We don't remember seeing that though, right? We weren't
No.
anywhere near anything else. We just came across this fissure in the mountain, essentially.
A fissure.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So in the mountainside, there was a giant ravine.
It was a rock slide or
Yeah.
something that revealed
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
But you are certain you headed northwest. How many days did you spend traveling northwest of Fort Tall? Was it straight always northwest, or did you go north a bit and then west? What was your relative direction?
Um.
And how many days of travel do you think it was? All right, at this
Say
point,
somewhere around a week or so at most.
all right, so
Most.
within
I
a
would say a
week
couple of
northwest of Fort Tall. So we are thinking somewhere in the vicinity of around this, theoretically.
I-
Anywhere in here could potentially be what you're referring to.
Right, and I did close the gap once we entered the mountain, so you'd see debris covering the fissure that was there.
But unless
Yeah.
you cause the entire mountain to collapse in on itself, and I mean the entire mountain, the majority of the fissure would still be evident.
It should be, yes, but I'm just saying, like the entrance itself should be. You should see that evidence.
Could dwarves leave through that ravine you entered through?
I don't know now because when we went through, we had there was there was defenses in place that we were able to get around.
Yeah.
That's an
I don't
important
know
thing
if
to know.
once we entered those defenses reactivated or if they would be as we left them.
Can you describe these defenses to me?
It was a riddle.
Go on.
They were, what is it called? Golems, I guess they would be something like that.
Mhm.
Basically defending.
A golem and a puzzle.
And the riddle portion is related how?
You had to guess the riddle, or else
You'd be killed, basically.
Yeah.
There's a ton of bones.
And you
Lots of
all
bones.
were able to surpass this challenge, thus preventing your demise. Or did some of your party members fall here? At this point in time, I recall, and he grabs one of the piece of paper, brings it to him. There was a birdman, a tiefling, apparently? A devilman? No, sorry, human. Right, human. With your group.
Let's say.
Yeah, human, right. Human, blonde human, birdman, 2 dragonborn, you, Roderick, and Evelyn are the ones noted in here on the group that was leaving.
Yeah.
So when did any of these people start dying? Have any of them died at this point in the story?
No.
All right. Well, then, so far, so good, then. So you found a fissure somewhere in this region, in the mountainside. All right. You see him, he's writing down notes on another piece of paper, right? And a call, you would recognize that he's basically like assigning numbers of squads that he's going to have investigate that region. You know for a fact he's going to send people out looking for this. All right. So you enter into this fissure. You collapse it behind you. And this prevents your pursuers. Any interaction with these orcs besides just a couple run-ins? Any unusual interactions?
Oh yeah, I guess. Are we got? Roger kind of needs to awaken mine to 11. Should we mention the Barbarossa thing?
Never. She cannot respond mentally. She has to speak out loud.
Yeah.
This is on you,
Or
bro.
you can nod.
Yeah, I'll nod.
So there was an instance where we actually ran into a good couple squads of orcs, in which we dealt with one in particular named Barbarossa.
Okay.
And she seemed to have some ties to something else, like
Some kind of prophecy. Maybe she was
Yeah.
a seer or something, and I don't know. She kind of just said some crazy talk, but she seemed to be on a mission for their chieftain of some kind of mission. But I'm not really sure exactly what her goal was. We just had to fight her.
yeah, I think it was just stopping us for some reason, or
I need you to be
Evelyn,
as
I'm not
detailed as you can be about this, because thus far we have no hints as to why the war started. But prophecy indicates reasoning. So can you recall whatever was stated? No matter how small of a detail you might think it is, it might be very important in placing the reasoning as to why our former allies, attacked us.
Well, she basically challenged us to a duel. And at that point we didn't really understand, I think, what was going on. But later she made some remarks about a prophecy that saw us crushed beneath her boots. The duel was some kind of test that she had to pass. She mentioned a winged one.
and it can't let us win,
We can't let you
or
win.
you,
Allow
whoever
me
that
to
may
win,
be.
something like that. She also mentioned something about you can't eat the world, but we're not sure who she was talking to.
All right. Anything else?
I mean, it's, again, checking that somewhere in that area. There's some village, and there's just
Corrupted.
like corrupted things like owl bears and other things.
a
Basically,
tree.
that's just
The corrupted tree was there.
it was covered in like abjuration and necromantic
So you feel the-
magic as well.
You feel the tree is related to the orcs?
I think so, because she
Possibly.
seemed to be using necromancy of some kind. doesn't seem to fit
That means
what I
that
know
they
of the...
had snuck past the fort and corrupted this tree well in advance of the attack, then.
Yes, it was... There was nothing left of the town. I mean, it was
Can
obliterated.
you please make a deception check, Evelyn? Because you almost certainly know what caused that town to fall. And it was not the orcs, you know that.
Oh, shit. That's right. Sure, I wouldn't have said that. I misread my notes.
Too late.
It's fine.
Sorry.
You can always correct yourself in character. Say, wait, no.
I know, actually it happened like this.
I haven't heard the roll yet. You could correct yourself. I will allow it. I have not heard the roll yet.
What now?
Abort! Ripcord! I mean, that's so unfair. She knows what she rolled, too.
Yeah, it was, I mean, 17, but... Yeah, I would just say, yeah, no, actually, I think that was something else, but...
Alright, can you
The
elaborate?
whole area was just... It was weird.
So there's a farmer village that had died, but it's not related to the orcs. The tree, not related to the orcs or related to the orcs.
I don't know.
I don't think it's related.
I don't think they are related.
Kind of like happenstance.
So then what's with the tree then? And now we use your 17 roll, which you would be able to skirt around this and give what seems like a reasonable alibi. I just won't go into it. We'll get back to the mountain now. Alright. In the mountain, dwarven construct, other random creatures you run into, and your birdman has separated you here after you gain clearance into the mountain, correct?
Yeah.
He fell to his death, or something struck him as you were going down a ladder, you say. Alright, that's the first of the
one of the
group.
Creature got him, and
Well, he's most certainly dead now. The birdmen are not known for being the best in confined places, especially since they can't see in the dark. So I don't think that his sanity would last very long in such an environment. All right, let's see here. All right, so
Quack, no die.
you also know a little bit more about Quack, though, too, don't you, Roderick? Right?
Quack, no die.
Oh no, we're talking about a little bit later. You run into him again, don't you?
Yeah.
And you dispel him.
I can't believe Roderick killed Quack.
Alright, so ignoring that. Okay, you guys, alright, so then you eventually move forward and you just find a dwarven settlement. And the settlement's been destroyed and there are arachnids. This doesn't seem anything terribly surprising. Anything unusual about the settlement? Anything of merit? Maybe scripture that survived, talking about certain ordeals or situations? Was it a defensive outpost or was it a civilian location? Well, your best guess would work. I don't expect
I
you to-
believe it was a civilian.
I think it was a defensive position, but it's hard
Was
to
it?
tell if it...
I thought it was civilian.
There was a couple books that just seemed to have like stats of like who lived there, I think. So maybe it was more civilian.
Anything about any connotation? Ill intent?
Not that I can remember.
No.
Well, alright, so you scrounge around here, and then what prompts you to move forward? You could have just stayed here for a while waiting for your pursuers to leave and then dig your way out. Why go deeper?
I thought Evelyn did a decent job kind of blocking off the exit, so it would take a while to, go back there and then might as well just explore. I don't know. It's not really I don't think there's really a good answer for that one, unfortunately.
So, knowing your escape is behind you now, you decide to go deeper. That is, foolish. For all you know, you were going to terrors far beyond your knowledge. So, but I guess it turned out for you in the end. Alright, moving forward, you continue talking about the story. So now let's go ahead and give me a summary now of what's the next things you remember.
Alright, so in act... Ooh, The arachnids. Yeah, I don't get it either.
There might have been a sword that was picked up that was possessive and made one of your characters start running off in a certain direction, and then you guys stopped that person from running that direction, and then you had to cleanse that
There was a
person.
town full of shadows.
You really need to bring that up.
And you don't have to if you don't want to. It's your choice. That happened. No, we just kept walking in a random direction. All right. Deception roll, because you know that's not the case.
You said deception?
Yeah, you're lying. You know that's not the reason why you went the direction you went.
This time
a ghost possessed one of your party members. Was it Doma?
It was me that
It was Doma got possessed, and this person knew exactly where Medan was. So you were following the direction that the ghost was like, this is to Medan. We gotta go now. So it wasn't a random direction, god damn it. So what'd you roll?
23 in total.
God damn it. Alright, fine. Sneak
You're just hoping to catch us in the lie there.
I am. I got at least one success on my end now. So here's another recap of a Sweet Potato. But it's important. I need to know what the general knows. Alright, so you find your way to this other chamber. It's a labyrinth. You quickly surmise it's a magical labyrinth. You dispel it. There's some nasty beasts in there that you guys barely escape, but you do escape them. And then you continue forward and you find that there is a pin in the roof, and you pull the pin and a giant altar comes crashing down, and lo and behold, when you hedgehog your way like prairie dogs out of the ground, you are now in the Temple of Thorns, right?
Yes.
So this is how you got to Medan itself. This is your story. Hard to believe.
Correct.
Hard to believe.
A lot of happenstance, I know, but, sometimes life is like that, apparently.
All right, well, then let's talk about Medan. So how is Medan doing?
Then or now?
I mean,
both.
then.
Well, let's continue the narrative, I suppose. We were summoned by the king. Oh shit, what was his name again? High King Landrian. Yes, High King Landrian, the Highsworn. Yes. Is that correct?
I wouldn't know. You were the ones in there.
Note.
Your notes? You took notes while you were there.
You don't take notes?
Not rarely in a place. I tend to remember the information that's presented to me.
We're never mind.
You bet the lip smack your secure here.
I was about to say we are the misfits. We are the misfits of the chosen. Vlad's chosen. So I mean, do you expect us to take notes? No.
All right, so I will help expedite this part because there's not as much that's really as relevant here.
Yeah.
Right.
It's murdering a king.
So effectively, the king.
Takes a little bit.
The king, unless you're going to hide this, the king did not take kindly to your kind, right? Are you hiding that?
No.
No,
not at all.
So no lie necessary there. Okay. And
Freaking imprison one of our party members.
This
Haname.
This concerns the general quite a bit. There's dwarf animosity to tall folk. He seems to be not notably alarmed for an elf, is what I would say. So Evelyn definitely senses it, that he seems to be quite concerned with it, because he has several questions here about that. He also asks many questions about the defenses of Medan City at this point in time, of which you guys really don't have great knowledge of it, but you are telling mostly the truth, right?
Yeah.
So
Agnew.
correct me if I'm wrong. There was constructs walking around.
Yep.
Puppeted by Agnew.
Yes.
There was a large amount of vacancy inside the city, as if the city its population had been dwindling dramatically. Is that correct?
Missing people in the mines.
Yep.
We've probably done that.
All right, and then
Every few hundred years, they send people in.
Its military might did not seem very prevalent. And then he flat out asked you at this point in time, if Windheim would ever to go to blows with Medan, would Windheim win? Please, your opinion.
Honestly, I would say it depends on the production of their constructs. If they can expedite construction on it, And I mean, it wouldn't necessarily be good for Winheim. I think Winheim would win in the long term, but not without casualties.
The only way you
They
would
seem
get
like
to
they have better
Medan,
defenses than offenses.
the only way to get to Medan would be through the Great Gate, and before there lies Hammerhold. You cannot just walk through a side of the mountain and end up there directly. Even if there is a fissure, you can't fit an army through there.
Right.
Very much so.
And Grey Gate and that funnel there, no army will ever siege the mountain.
The mine in between the two is very
It's extensive.
difficult terrain. It's the Agnir is so strong that it prevents a lot of or can skew magic.
Right.
And
I am
it's
from
Prevents a
yeah.
lot of crime.
within the mountain. I've lived there my entire life, and I've never heard of people even going to Medan. It's been cut off from the rest of the mountain for the longest time.
Hundreds of years.
Interesting.
But
How many
other
years?
than, I'll think back, hundreds.
It's about it's
More than I've been alive.
It was a century.
100 years or so. More than I've been alive, and I haven't really been looking into that. I know only that between here and past the Great Gate lies Hammerhold, and he'll pull out the little map he was drawing. He'll put it on there. If Winheim were to attempt to siege the mountain, you'd never get past here. And if the dwarves or the new Hammers of Karat were to venture outwards, I feel as they would be very outmatched with how wide and bright the terrain is. It took me days to acclimate to the fucking sun.
We also need to be honest that not all of the mountain agrees with how King Leandrin reacted to us. Not everybody is against us.
I mean, at that
I
point,
had a lot of
yeah,
friends there too.
yeah, we did.
So
But we have to continue on with the story to kind of.
yeah, I
Yeah.
know, but I'm just saying that we should be cautious here because I don't want everyone
Well-
getting painted the wrong color here.
All right.
And
Yeah,
everyone
but I
was
mean,
like-
with that,
So
we
I-
won't necessarily have to worry for that part necessarily, would we?
What do you mean by that?
Me?
Roger? Greco?
Well, what I just said.
Yes.
So,
If you need to continue with your timeline, be my guest. We'll get there. All right.
sure, yes.
So you're in Medan, the king doesn't like you very much, and you guys decide to go a different direction. This direction that supposedly was cut off for 100 years?
Well,
He
We
held
have-
someone
yeah,
captive, and we had to.
Yes. This Haname, the one of the two Dragonborn. All right. So this is how you
Correct.
separated from her, then?
Haname.
Correct.
Correct.
And we met up with some friendlier dwarves, and I guess they forged a relationship with them.
All right.
And in some due time, we ventured into the mines.
Okay. And what was happening in the mines that made it impossible for Medan's superiority to, exert itself on the other side for 100 years? What was going on in there? Surely a stone wouldn't stop steel and iron.
How to explain this?
Roderick's kind of like pressing, like kind of scratching his beard and the side of his face, trying to figure out how to
It's hard to
kinda-
explain because when we tried to detect magic, it just made us sick. So there was things that we couldn't determine.
When did you recruit the replacements for your members you were starting to lose? You
Well, we happened to
are
met
from
one.
within the mountain. He said he points to Thoric. And you, he's pointing at a call. When did you join the group?
It would be a bit further into Roderick's story.
Yeah,
But within the
we
mountain.
happened.
You are correct. I am from the mountains. Yeah.
And you, he points to Bone, are too old. That's right, I am from Winheim. Mm-hmm. You.
Dome was the last one.
That was the last one. When did you join the group?
A little bit before they entered the mountain.
This was not brought up to my knowledge. All right. So where did they meet you?
Where did they meet me? Oh gosh. Well, I was kind of in the area, as you probably know. I was sent by my paladin in order to join up with the forces, but I never actually got the chance while the attack was happening before I even got there, and I had to meet up with remnants of the survivors of the attack of the fort before I could properly make my way to the mountain. I'm not exactly sure where I met them. It was somewhere between the fort and the rock slidey area.
Can you make a deception roll?
Yeah, sure.
Because you know that's not 100% truthful. It's some truthful, but mostly not.
Mostly not, I'm sorry. 19 plus. Fuck, that's a lot. That was a... With my deception.
I knew. I was hoping with the Doma rolls that it would you would fail, but
You were
no,
hoping.
sorry, no, you got away with it.
Okay, so that's 24.
All right. Very well. So you decided to go with these people, even though you were not a proper soldier. You escorted Evelyn from Fort Tall on this ordeal. Understood.
It was my original mission to help them out, so I figured I would join with the survivors and see what I could do.
Okay. So, what happened in the mines?
Between the effects of the Agnir and the repeated hallucinations that were happening to us, it was honestly kind of hard to tell most of the time. I would say there was a type of new creature that was in the mine that was attacking anyone who would go through it.
Can you describe the creature?
With long, angry claws, likes Agnir. Hairless. Kind of terrifying, honestly.
Do you know what type of creature? Some of you look learned. Evelyn, would you know what this kind of creature was?
Would I?
I mean,
Aberration, I
I
think.
did tell you guys you can recognize what kind of creature it was in the mines. Whether you recall or not now is completely different. So yes, you would.
Kind of...
No, it's type of creature.
Things from the far realm, I think.
I thought I had written down aberration, but I don't.
Aberration.
I don't recall.
Aberration.
Aberration is the
Yeah,
category
aberration.
of far realm-like creatures. They're alien-like creatures.
Right.
All right. Aberration, infestation.
We mostly,
mines.
I think, solved the problem as we went through it, though we're not sure.
And to get to Medan, you have to go through this gate. Unless I was able to have people come to this fissure you had. Is that correct? He's looking at Thoric.
Ooh,
I doubt
sorry,
you could even
could you repeat
teleport
that?
into there.
To get to Medan City, I would have to go through the mines.
Correct.
There's no other way.
Well, there is gravel toe, but I don't know
That
if
was
my character
underwater.
knows about that part.
That was underwater.
It is
right?
underwater.
You would know
It's
about it.
underwater, and also it is in the mines.
Yeah.
Right, mines only way then.
No one's dared to go past there. It's just been death and decay. I have no clue how they survived.
And the aberrations dealt with, or you just managed to skate by the skin of your teeth?
We believe they are dealt with.
By you or by someone else?
By us.
Oh, all right. What did you do to resolve the aberration infestation?
Hit it very hard.
We
tried to turn them off.
killed a good portion of them, and I guess stopped what they were attempting.
What were they
Whatever
attempting?
that may be.
What were they attempting?
Whatever. We're not really too sure. I think we just kind of interrupted whatever they were
did you
doing
see
there.
then?
Into what they were doing.
Can you describe
say,
what you
Dom?
saw?
Like a ritual or something? What could
Yeah.
aberrations possibly be?
It seemed like something like a ritual with the structures in the mines.
Structures in the mines. Interesting. So I can tell you're gonna lie your way through this. Can you just make the deception check so we can save the time?
Who wears who?
Roderick, he's
They get
handling this one.
advantage.
God. Fuck,
There's no
10.
advantage, though.
I gotta pee so bad. It's a 10 though.
What'd you roll?
10 in total.
10 in total. Mm-hmm. So you make a claim that it was that you dealt with it. You don't know what the ritual happens to be, and that the general taps his paper several times. He actually drops the quill, and he taps the paper several times. Interesting. All right. So you get to the other side of the mines, and on the other side of the mines, you run into Thork and a call. What? And
Well,
I guess you would have also mentioned
didn't
the loss of Orc, and then the loss of one of the dwarven soldiers,
Correct.
Duro. I think you would have mentioned
Yes.
that. So
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that way your number's staying inconsistent. All right. You probably would not have brought back Quack back up. I'm almost certain of that, because you would feel like you're a murderer. So for your own safety, for your own sanity, you would have skipped that topic. All right. So you're on the other side of the mines. And you go to Hammerhold. He asks you how Hammerhold is. This stuff is, you're not really, I don't think you guys have a reason to lie about any of these things. I think you would just admit as the events unfold. That's actually what I think about here. I don't see what benefits you from lying, unless there's something you want to withhold from the Karat side of the mines.
No, not really.
So then you go
Did
through
we hold
it.
back about how they arrested us like 3
Yeah,
times?
the Karat people were suspicious of you, but then they thought that you could be allies, and you went over to the council to try to ask them for permission, and then they sent you back as escorts to an ambassador, which happened to be Captain Vister Miles, and then you went over to the mines again, and there was like almost no problems with the mines the second way through, which is why your claim that the mines had probably resolved is factually sound. However, there were some things that were still lingering. There were some leftover elementals and stuff that seemed to be attacking the Medan troops that had came in behind you. And then the High General definitely chimes in about this, about how many soldiers would you see, how sizable was the army, how put together was it. And so what would be Roderick's opinion of the Medan army as you rebounded back to the mines on your way to Medan? You went to the restroom, didn't you, Roderick?
Yeah, he did.
All right,
Sometimes you
Dama.
gotta go.
Dama, you're filling this question. What do you?
Alright, what was the question properly?
How do you feel about the soldiers, Medan's army on the way back to the mines?
Generally well organized, a little short-staffed. They seem to have putting down what was left in the mines under control.
All right, and no problems. Nothing dramatically problematic for them. How equipped were they? Were their weapons and such still of good grade?
As far as I could tell, I'm not an expert smith or anything like that. They seemed
Dwarves are known to be
equipped
good
as an
smiths.
average city would be.
Noted. All right, and then you made your way through the mines to Medan, of which then you were to bring this ambassador to the king. Is that right? Of which then you bring it to the king. Now this is a very important part. What happens here? Who wants to field this question for you to the High General? Look at the Kyle turns.
Oh man, how to even start?
Well, so you entered.
You start with a moonbeam.
Well, it all started with the moonbeam. You
By the
said.
way, do you know what Moonbeam is? Because you just point out High General right
Just
now.
do it on him.
Please roll
Well, you see,
initiative.
this happened.
Roll initiative. Yes, combat. Let me kill him.
Oh, so I mentioned the
He's
Reddit
asking too
side.
many
So yeah,
questions.
we went to you're back to the mines. We kind of flashed through this. The general was very interested about what the military might of Medan looked like, as you saw quite a bit of it on your way back through the mines the second time. Of which Doma lied for you because you were using the restroom, and said that he felt that it was reasonable. It was short staff, but reasonable quality. And the general seemed to notate that. Then you got into Medan, and then you were to bring the ambassador to the king. And then he's asking, so what happens here? Now that you're back, well, what happens here? Corporal Greycrow? Or any Hot Seeker, if any of you would like to fill this question.
I'm quite
The-
unsure what happened.
The eventual end of High King Landrian.
What do you mean by the eventual end, the High King?
Yes, when negotiations broke down and a bit of a fight happened.
I wasn't aware that you joined the party at this point.
Oh, I've heard things.
Well, you were present here at this point in time.
No, I was not present at this time. I was. Relayed this information to me later.
I don't think they ever talked about how to kill the king.
Killed the king!
No.
So negotiations breaking down. King killing. Alright.
Yeah.
Which one of you killed the king?
Well,
The king's
technically I started it, but
get it going.
I guess I finished it.
no, it ended up being a big fight between us and them, and they were
Yeah.
threatening to execute our colleague that they had remaining for being late to a meeting, and it just kind of went south from there.
So
Yeah.
Let's just say he was a little
as-
bit of a corrupt monarch, maybe.
as you
Let's- I
recognize,
mean-
you were
Definitely.
representing Windheim at this point in time.
Well,
So regicide would be a big taboo. I
Well,
can't believe
technically,
I even have
I
to
don't believe-
explain this to
I mean-
you all.
I mean, we're not denying that it isn't something huge, but I don't think the king was necessarily in his right mind at the same time.
There was definitely something that was off about all of it.
Considering we weren't murdered for it, I can soundlessly say it went well.
Yeah, I mean, from there we had a hand in basically forming the newer government of Medan.
All
No, I
right.
liked us there.
And then we'll
Also-
flash through this. You give a rundown of what kind of government, and do you talk about some of the problems that were presented?
That's what I was gonna say. I would ask Thoric and I call to kind of recount. The
They weren't
issues that
present.
were happening.
Oh, a call
we're present
was
with that.
Thoric's not
A call,
here.
No, but
yeah.
they knew the power struggles that were happening inside the mine before we even
No,
got there.
they were not
But that
because
was
they
on
were
one side, not on the Medan side.
they were separated from Medan for 100 years. They did not know what was happening,
Mm-hmm.
so they had no feedback to provide. Only you guys have that kind of insight.
Get through this.
So-
Just get through this hurdle.
So at this point, you guys are talking about. Oh God, now I already forget where we are. The king's dead, and you're setting up a new government. So
Yep.
Are you going to bring up any of the hurdles that you were running into while establishing the government? Or are you just going to smooth right past this?
Wait, say that again?
Are you going to talk about any of the complications of establishing a new government that arose from working with?
Sir, how much
Let's
you want
make-
to know about how much we set up there?
To make it
Mm,
easy,
but we weren't really
they smooth over it.
So they do
Yeah,
not
I think
talk.
it's easier to
They do
smooth
not
over
talk
than,
about a certain
I'm sure it's understood.
military general not very happy with your group. You do not bring this up. Okay, skipped. All right. You do not talk about the assassins that tried to kill your group. That was skipped. Okay,
mention the
skipped.
assassins. Mention the assassins. No, mention the assassins.
All right. Presume the loyalists to the king then that were not happy with his.
We were
removal.
well liked, but not by everybody.
Yeah, that's as normal.
Any iconography that seems to be a note from these assassinations or assassins?
Do you have
Yes,
anything from that?
Like neck tattoos.
it is. It is a picture of a. If I recall,
A
it's
bat with a
snake
snake
fighting
wrapped
it,
around
yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yep.
No. All right. Noted.
I recall Thoric knowing something about this. The group of assassins?
What do you remember?
Gotta check those notes.
I don't remember. Let's find out.
You don't remember anything.
I don't remember. No, I don't. Of course not.
Oh my
I
God, if
have
I
it written
actually
down,
lived
though.
in a D&D world, I would have to carry a notebook.
Well, while you continue that, then you guys go. So then you are. They give you the key based off of all you did. So the king that you killed, the new government decides to award you the key to the Great Gate. All
That is
right.
correct.
So
Said, well, like,
a call you clearly
Yeah, I
you
guess
clearly
the way to
see him
put it.
write down on the paper. Dwarves be crazy.
Good.
I believed.
Like with like
it had
3
to do
question marks past it, basically.
He just goes off the page.
I believe from my very short things I've heard, the king was not very well liked, and they are treated as liberators more than kingslayers.
All right, and so then you are then allowed to leave. You go back to the mines. No problems on the mines this journey, right? Or were there problems?
No.
So no
Smooth sailing.
complications. Interesting. So then your assessment that the mine seemed to be resolved sounds very... In fact, you talk about that you saw some other people using it and there was no problems being noted. So the general then definitely writes that down. All right, and so then arriving to Hammerhold again, you meet with your half-orc friend here. You seem to be somewhat familiar with your armaments. Are you a soldier?
I suppose so. I was a soldier, not anymore.
Perfect. Are you interested in employment?
Depends on the terms. I won't turn down gold, but
not
I'm
military
concerned with how-
conscription.
Yes.
All right. You don't want to be part of an organization like that anymore?
No.
Even if you were a
whatsoever.
high-ranking officer in such an organization?
No, I value my freedom too much right now, and I've got a lot of things I need to deal with personally. Though, once that is dealt with, I'll keep the offer in mind.
Noted. Hypothetical for you. In the event that Medan becomes problematic for us, let's say that they are interested in pursuing territory, the information you have is very valuable, and I would be very interested in hiring you for a very decent amount of money in such a situation.
Sort of a consultant type of situation, then.
Right.
Well, personally, I don't have many ties in Medan, though I believe one of our members here does. Regardless, I don't believe this will be an issue. As I've stated before, going through the Great Gate will be incredibly troublesome for anyone wanting to invade outwards, and even more so going inwards. But I cannot foresee any harm being done, or any military actions being able to be taken in the next 100, 200 years. And by then you will have all the information you'll need.
Noted. Thank you. All right, so you open the gate, and then you gain entry to the surface, and I assume then that you head south and run to Pipel. Is that right?
Correct.
And is it somewhere around here where the elderly friend of yours has joined your group?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay.
I believe a derby was taking place at the time, some sort of scheduled
Festival.
event they do.
Still
It
box
might-
racing?
Yes.
Right, it might be,
March of
very
Ingenuity.
useful.
They asked for some more presence of the people's brand to be available in case of roughness would occur. So there
Right.
was some. I was unfamiliar with this. You should have
You'll
saw
know
some
the
of our
exact
members
date.
there.
Yeah, so there you have your timeline. You'll know the exact date and time and when and what happened. Just as we reached Pipel, a derby was unfolding. You have the timeline for that. We met Baldric, our newest compatriot. There was another one, but she was with us very briefly, I don't think.
Mostly just traveled to the city with us.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so then, do you talk about the hag?
I mean, it's concerning. We should probably.
Yeah. Yes.
Tarek will talk about
Yes, I
it.
mentioned the
but
hag.
I will very obviously leave out details about the Fae. The what are the witches? The Coven. What are they
Hallowed
called?
Harvest is the coven's name.
Hallowed Harvest. Yeah.
And the
I'll-
letter mentioned the Fey Wanderer.
Yeah, I'll
The
withhold
Fey
the
Watcher, so it mentioned the Fey
Watcher.
Watcher.
I'll withhold the information about the diary, the Fey Watcher, and any connections to Nia, obviously, but he wouldn't know that. And
Watcher,
it's-
right.
We met a hag, we dealt with it, we didn't find any diaries, we burnt down the shack just in case.
All right, can
She
you go
was-
ahead and make a deception check, please?
With advantage. I don't know. I'm just
No,
kidding.
not with advantage. Nice try.
She was
Help
abducting
them out, I'm
children, we
backing
didn't
them
like
up.
that, we stopped it. Deception. 0. So that's an 11 total.
All right. Okay. So then you made your way to Windheim, where you are here. Kind of gets everything up there. So final questions then that I would have pertaining to all residents of the Medan Mountains, since you are familiar with the, was it western side of the Medan then? Points of
Right.
interest, strongholds, much like the questions I had for your colleagues here, for the presence of Medan, can you please advise me of the relative situation of military power in the western side of Medan?
As soon as you leave Hammerhold, which is the first stronghold, an actual military installation meant to defend the mountain and the Grey Gate, west of there, I believe you will come across Karat, a large town, settlement.
It's a city.
A city. What would I say in size in comparison to Windheim? Much smaller, right?
Not much smaller. No, it's actually very large. It's the largest city inside in the Undermountain. It's actually big. It's bigger than Medan. Maybe if Medan never had its reset, they would have been very close in size, but it's definitely smaller than Medan now.
Right, so it's surrounded by farm fields and ways they supply food for their citizens. I'd say it's quite well defended, regardless of Hammerhold being there to protect it. To the southwest portion, you will follow through and find a path to Bellinor, an elven city. It has walls and defenses, though the elves you'll find in there, like we've told Master Ori, were not like the elves you see out here. They're dark-skinned and very well attuned to the dark, very sensitive to the light. North of there, there'll be a temple to Drabalor. Not much of interest is happening there. Further west of there is what we named just the Underbelly. Abyss, demons, devils, all sorts of things. Death, and we've never managed to venture far down there.
So it's a lost cause that even the Medanians cannot resolve.
We've even given up on fuck. If the temple falls, Karat might as well. I don't know about the details. North of Karat, Scalder's Point. It was supposed to be an expansion site for the dwarves and those in Medan, but they've, in the traditional dwarven fashion, dug too deep. They've come across magma pools and fire and flames. It is far too hot for any settlements to be made, although there were attempts. It is another unsettleable point, from what I believe. Northeast of Karat, you enter the Craigswoods, and Linikal would be much more knowledgeable in that area.
He nods.
Alright, what's in the Cragwoods?
It is the current home of my people, the Tabaxi people of Kuel-Taj, and it is where we are remaining for the time being.
Alright. What are the defenses of Kuel-Taj?
He doesn't say anything.
I believe that answers that.
Understood.
Respectfully, we are beset on all sides. It is not my place to discuss my people's.
Beset on all sides. So this Underbelly, Scalder's Point are lost causes. Is the Cragwoods perceived as a lost cause as well? He looks at Thorak, not at you, Akal.
I've never ventured far over there. I know his tribe is very well settled, and I don't know. I think so. I would leave it to his people and what they wish to do. It is their land, by their birthright.
Alright, well that seems to cover the gist of everything here. Excellent, that's what I was looking for. Thank you for your cooperation. This information will be used to help Windheim in the event that there are unpleasantries in the future. Now then, since I got what I wanted, let me offer you an exchange back. Is there something that you need from me?
Yes, if no one wants to ask anything, we need to sigil out to Nascaria in the western states. I've asked a few people, and they keep saying no. If we really could utilize this, it'd be very advantageous to Windheim's and western states and our own.
Understood. Unfortunately, not one high-seated member can give you that clearance to it.
But as I've already mentioned here that I've asked Ori and I've asked the.
Then you would already understand the complications.
But that's 3 now, so 3 of you could get together, and
Right.
then even the
You
High
would-
Chandler knows about it. The only one I haven't talked about it to was the Naturalist, but that's 4 of the 5. I mean, that's more than 1, so it should be a simple matter.
Unfortunately, it's not a simple matter because your loyalties are not to the Kingdom of Windheim. Only one of you would have any true loyalty to Windheim. 2 of you are outsiders to it. Potential threats, in fact. I would not.
I am from Wimheim, you know that, right? We mean only
Oh,
one.
I was not aware of that. I thought you were just in Pipel.
Oh, what? No. Pipel was a sort of vacationing area, not. No, I'm originally from Westwind.
Oh, so what was your occupation?
Not Westwind, I'm sorry, Windheim.
What was your occupation?
Yeah, I'm from Westwind.
I'm a medical doctor.
Not a regular doctor.
What happened to your
medical.
practitioner? Why go to Pipel?
You can
This
ask him.
hasn't always been so good. So I decided that maybe I should move to an area that could.
Can you take a deception roll? Well, partially true. Business was not so good. You're really trying to save your pride here. I know it. So.
What is my percent? Okay, so it's 6 plus what? Like 1, probably? What is it? What am I doing here? Deception?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a whopping 7. Which is about what which is about right.
Right. Say no more. That's already boring me. All right. Well, so regardless, no, I cannot give you a sigil. You
Did
would
you
have
really just say that's boring?
Yeah. So no, I cannot give you a sigil. If you proved your allegiance to Windheim, then all of your members would be willing to be on Windheim's behalf. Then a sigil would probably be granted to some of you, but only after such proof has been determined.
Didn't we tell him about the hag? Or how much did we not tell him about the hag?
We just
didn't
didn't tell them about the hungering one connection. We told them everything else.
Damn! Because I could be like, well, we're protecting Windheim just for no, because you guys don't want to tell him the truth. No, I can't say anything.
You can say it.
No, I'm not
said
gonna.
it.
I'm not gonna undermine people not wanting to share information.
So with that,
like
so
to
he
pull-
declines. He declines to give you a sigil. So but
One
if-
moment,
But
please.
what proof would you need from them?
Yeah.
What could you do for me that would prove your loyalty to Windheim? There's a couple of expenditures I could hire mercenaries for, since most of you are not interested in conscripting. Have any of you ever been to Fallcrest before?
That's one minute.
Have you ever been to Paul Chris
Do I
before?
know what that is?
It'd be far to the southeast, east of the Falit Desert, on the border of the fringes in the Falit. If you ever were to find yourself out in that direction, there have been reports of some of our soldiers out there just going missing. A third-party investigation would be very beneficial. And one of you seems to have a background in investigating things, and he looks over at Roderick.
Yeah, like he found you.
Cute, that was a random roll.
So, of course, as not conscripts but mercenaries, this would have a reward associated to it. Several thousand gold applied upon finding out what's happening, and if you can resolve it, would be a bonus involved. Now,
Recall in
the most
moment.
prevalent of my issues would be obviously that of the Dustmire Marshes. Now, honestly, since Corporal, that this would be where I would want to send you at this point in time, actually. I need to figure out, with your expertise and your background, you'd be an excellent fit to help us figure out why the orcs started the war they did. And with your extra knowledge that you clearly did not tell me the full story of, clearly there was withheld information and lied information. You would help us uncover why they started this whole charade to begin with. Weaned one, you said? Prophecies? Doesn't mean much to me, but if you could uncover the truth for the matter, that would be what I'd want. And so that is what your assignment's going to be. You see, he grabs a scroll and he begins to hand it over to you before the door opens up. And a little skinny human male walks in. The same High Watch that you had watched earlier comes in, and he comes walking with a brisk pace up to the table, like right around at the side of the general. And the general looks at him without fully extending the arm out with the scroll to you. And then the man whispers something to his ear. He cups his mouth, and he whispers something into his ear. And General crocks an eyebrow. And then anyone with a passive perception of 16 or higher, which I think is only 2 of you, right? Or 3 of you. Evelyn,
Roderick got 16.
I was making it that number.
Evelyn, Roderick, and a call, they would see this. Everyone else would not. You guys see that this man, in this whispering to him, also handed a piece of paper to the High General. The High General, though, does not seem to hide this. He just flips the paper, grabs like a letter opener, cuts a seal, a green seal, and it kind of crumbles a bit, and then he starts reading the paper this in front of you. The scroll is still in with his other hand right now, right? Don't know how she does it. Always one step ahead. Very well. He pulls the scroll back and slides it back into the drawer. Seems that you are a free agent, Mr. Greycrow, at the request of a very prominent man.
Oh, wow.
Now, as a free agent, you have the opportunity to join the army if you so wish, and you are aware that there is accolades involved with it. With that in mind, he grabs down the side, grabs a sack of coin, onto the can of there. A bonus would be proposed to you, as well as a higher officership. Let's make you a captain, if you would be willing to re-sign back up. Captains make 10 gold a day. And there would be this bonus here. There is approximately 2,500 gold in that sack right there, if you were willing to rejoin as a captain.
Would it be possible to think this over?
Of course. He grabs the sack, and then puts it back on the shelf. Let me know. You have...
Do you just have bags of money on the shelf?
No, it's in this desk to this side here.
Okay. How much is that? Is that like a shelf like jingle when it's like being opened and closed? How many bags of money? How many bags of stacks of coins do you have in there?
Stick it to the side of the desk.
Make a perception check, Baldrick.
Oh, yikes.
There's
Okay.
coins like wrapped in cardboard, the fresh minted ones.
Ugh.
Oh,
Wait. Is this part of vision?
No, it's hearing.
Damn.
You know it's not.
How much does the table vibrate?
What would we say? Perception? That's a 9.
It sounds like there's not too much. It sounds like there's money in there, but you have no idea how much. More like that you heard the bag itself. Well, you have 24 hours to let me know. Otherwise, I'll be moving on to other interests.
Okay.
Ikal, a moment. Yeah, just... I'll pull him a bit to the side. We'll hush, but we're not, like, really, like, too whispery. He's offering aid that none of seem to be taking. I don't really go into politics much. I'm just a soldier, but how much would a connection to the outside be worth to your people? You could ask him to send envoys or someone to your homeland to establish some sort of connection. What do you even need from outside of the mountain? Ikal?
This is not the avenue I want to go. This man is only interested in the interest of Windheim. If he were to help me retake Kuotage for my people, it would not be for my people, it would be for Windheim.
Right. Then you could form an alliance, or it could be in the interest of both of you. He is literally a military power outside of the biggest military power we know so far, and that's exactly what you need, military power.
I am not dismissing it outright.
but I'm also not going to accept it at face value.
Sure, we can always come back. Just know that I don't know how much time we have, even if unrelated to Courtage, with the underbelly. It could be 10 years, it could be hundreds of years, it could be tomorrow. If the temple falls, Courtage is in danger as well. The rest of the mountain entirety.
Well.
I'll let you think about it.
While that conversation's happened, the general does not stop with his conversation with the rest of the group. Right, so give me 24 hours. You let me know within 24 hours, please. Otherwise, I will assume that you are no longer interested in military service. Now then, if you still wish to prove your loyalty to Windheim, there are still the tasks I mentioned before, which you could go ahead and still check in Falcrest as an independent agent. You could still go ahead and check out the marshes. Your green sealed missive here does request that your presence would be to that of escorting one Evelyn Zastir, though of course that is your choice, Roderick. But the High Observer has high amount of faith in your group, apparently. And that's what this piece of paper, and he taps the green sealed scroll he got a moment ago, seems to be requesting as to why you were relieved of service. So I would highly recommend going out to the marshes and using that inquisitive mind of yours to find out. And the last thing I think that I could think of for your group that maybe could prove your loyalty to us here in Windheim would be that over in Furden, which is out in the western states, there have been some aquatic assaults on the Shrine of the Cresting Wave. And I would want these assaults stopped. So you would have to be able to swim if you have the capability to do such and deal with these things. Shouldn't be too problematic for a group of diverse portfolios such as yours, but I leave it to your choice. This would also be worth several thousand gold on accomplish, as well as obviously, the search affirmation that you are looking for, sir. He nods his head towards Baldric.
Noted.
What about all the years I pay taxes over here?
What about all those years that you have been having a safe kingdom?
Didn't really save my I mean, everything's good. Everything's fantastic.
Well, it sounds like this conversation has met its course. I've gotten what I wanted. You have gotten your opportunities. I think our business is concluded.
Thank you for your time.
One thing. We are set out to travel very soon. We will definitely consider your offers. But as a trade you've offered, we've given you information. The thing we'd like back, if you could supply us with horses and wagons for our travels. I think it's only a fair deal with the amount of
declined
information
you have been awarded.
You.
You've been awarded funds. It sounds like from one Nia Zastir. You can purchase your own vehicles.
Thank you, High General.
Got a recommendation?
Recommendation for steeds? Any of the farms outside.
So no. Very well.
I'm not going to give you my military grade carriages and horses. After all, most of those are over there in the eastern states. Do you think your lives are worth more than those that are currently dying and bleeding to save your hides?
No, but I don't think the steeds. Never mind.
We're
Let's get
Call
going.
exits.
Thank you very
You
much
let it
for
go.
your time. I'd stand up and walk up.
All right.
What a shitter. I liked him. First, after that comment, what a shitter.
What a shitter.
I hate him. Fuck that guy.
He made me embarrassed, gosh damn it.
Yeah, he said some really dumb shit in front of me. I thought he was a cool guy. Nah.
Aldrich's kind of just.
Embarrassed at Nira. Oh,
Aldrich's still sitting in there, just kind of like looking at the ground. Senile, kind of staring off in the middle distance. Everyone else just left him there. But how's the general act with him? Like,
Yeah, so he just, as everyone else gets up,
Yeah. Oh, yes. Where's everybody?
Your group has left.
Baldric!
Yeah, which way?
Poke my head back in. Baldric, you coming?
Oh, yeah.
Pull the door open again.
Yes. Have a good day, my lord.
You leave.
I want to see you try the door.
So you leave Lastre and you go by the one high watch Cynthia who's at the other side of the door, and she watches you leave. She doesn't make any inclination towards you, and you guys leave the military section of the lower portion, the second floor of the Telefount, of which you can just go down to the first floor and be on the surface of the Windheim, or you could ascend up to basically the fifth floor again and go out on the high road. It's really your choice, but you guys are now free to go where you want and discuss what you want. Now it is late. We are now 8 p.m., 8:30 p.m. for sure. So what would you like to do?
Shall we head back to the tavern and get our rest for the evening and prepare for our journey?
Sounds reasonable enough to me.
I
Oh, there's
never
way
really
too much
wanted to rest.
knowledge. I need to drink this to forget some of it.
Me too.
Why would
What
you
time is
want to forget knowledge? That's the whole point of gaining it in the first place.
I
you
think
can
my
have the
brain will
joy
sort
of
out
game.
what's important.
What time?
No, it's all important. You use the information to make trends, and then with that information and trends, you're able to forecast and predict things, and I can see that you're not paying attention to the trends in this conversation. I'll see you at Galdens.
It's just like staring
What time
off
is
in
it,
the
you said?
distance.
8:30.
8.
Yeah, it's late. Definitely dusk.
Right. So, are we gonna meet in the morning? What time in the morning are we meeting?
Let's do early in the morning, like 7, 8.
Very early. Got it.
7 in the morning it is.
Spend some time at the library if it's still fucking open. I remember going to a library at night last time. That didn't go too well for me. This time, for sure.
Didn't you join them in the library already in Windheim once?
I mean, we have permission to stay late
I
now.
think Fork followed them to the library in the Windheim.
Yeah.
So you would know that while not frowned upon, not declined, late night study is reserved for more critical matters. So whether you have that authorization or not right now, it would be impolite, is what you would perceive, to go now to the library.
Well, I don't give a fuck. I have authorization to the secret area.
That's your choice.
Like Goma has social skills.
So
Yeah, no,
so
Thanks for the
you're
info, but
free
you
to
would
do
be
such,
polite.
but that was the relative error. Evelyn had mentioned this to you guys when you were in the common area.
So, with the permissions we've given for Ori, do we have to display some sort of fucking, I don't know
I
what?
just have to show my certificate.
Ah, shit.
So I'd have to go with you. I'd have to escort you.
Would you mind going with me, Evelyn? I think I have some reading up to do.
Right now? It's awfully late.
Yeah, we're leaving tomorrow morning. It's a wasted chance if we don't go now. You can leave once you leave me in there. I'll be sure to put everything back where it was.
I think I have to stay with you, though.
Does she, DM?
You don't know.
Are you sure, Evelyn?
Why don't we just meet at the library first thing in the morning?
Because we don't have the time. We should be leaving first thing in the morning. We'll already spent so many days here.
How many days have we actually been here? It's been
Like
just
2 or 3.
2 or 3
Yeah.
days. Right?
I know it's been like 9 episodes, but it's like day 3 now.
Yeah, but aren't we like days away from annual fucking flopping? We're
That
like,
was about
Yeah, like a week.
Baldric said about
Depen-
2 weeks.
and
And,
the
and
travel
if you have
time?
horses, it's
She-
going to be like a 5-day travel.
If
We'll,
But-
We're getting horses.
You
horses,
you
it's
you
probably gonna
do
ride.
recall, interesting enough, that Nira said that she was going to sequester you guys' steeds.
She did say that, yeah.
She
And
did
she was
mention
also work on the sigil
It
for
was
me
whether or
to
not we were gonna get away.
come back to Windheim.
She said that she would, yeah.
Mhm.
But you've also heard some other interesting things about that, so maybe you should check in with Nira, Baldric. Maybe that's on your guys' action list to go stop by Niera if you would like to get your fucking sigil.
Oh, Sherbert.
Fuck me.
So Baldur comes rushing back as he's thumbed off and runs up to him. Is your mother accessible? I just realized that is a very important thing that I need to talk to her about the sigil coming near the wind time. So have a moment to lose, quick!
She's probably at home.
Which way is home?
To my home.
Lead the way.
Sure, I'll lead them home.
All right.
What? Library? Oh, fuck me. Whatever.
What time will we get there?
So, question is everyone follow?
I certainly am.
Yeah. All right. The entire party goes. Okay. So, you make your way to the Verdant Rose inside the Aurora district, passing by the library, and Thor's like, but doesn't have the curse. So
can't we just stop by for just 1 sec? I'm sorry, wait, that's my voice.
Yeah, no, this is my voice. Completely different. Anyways,
I'm Thorak. Can we just stop by?
Is your phrase for getting into Thorak's character? I'm Thorak.
So you get to Evelyn's estate, right? And so as you enter inside, there are some more servants here. It seems that Niera has more people present now because your party is currently present. And so you guys are treated to lavishly, like I'll take your coat and I'll take your shoes and blah blah blah. Do you need anything to drink, etc., etc., etc. And after the formalities of the fancy life are provided to you or declined by you, you inquire, is my mother home? And yes, Niera is present now. She is in the main study. If you would like to go speak with her.
Perfect, thank you.
So you and your entire entourage make your way through your estate, passing by several dwellings, and as you go into the main study, which is where your mother happens to be, there is your mother, and she's currently sitting on this, or not sitting, rather, like half. I guess it's not prone, but it's like one of those lounge chairs you lay down in, but there's like an armrest, so you can kind of be sitting against the corner of it, but you're mostly like prone with your lower half. She's outstretched on one of those, and she's currently reading some book, is what it appears to be. And inside this,
what's the title?
Lusty Argonian Maid.
No, we know she doesn't like smut.
Something smut.
The title of the book.
I want to know what she reads in her free time.
It's in a foreign language you don't understand. Moving on.
4
The author of Journeys, Jeremiah Watkins.
Oh.
Hey, that would be a good callback. But yeah, I was gonna say 4 stars to 4 moons is what I was gonna call it, but whatever. So let's go with the Jeremiah Watkins one. The plethora of Journeys of Jeremiah Watkins. All right. So she's reading that, but as you enter in the study, this is able to support not just your mother and a few people. It can support a large amount of people. It's a relatively large room. There's a desk to the side. There's a fire pit in the very center, and the arrangement of the chairs and loungewear are kind of crescent around it to allow for company and to allow co-mutual reading or discussion. There's several like little what do you call it, like coffee tables nearby where drinks to be placed and stuff like that. And there happens to be a half-drinking glass of wine with on that table right now in front of your mother on a coaster at this point. You also see that above the fireplace is a framed painting that the rest of you all recognize as very amateur. It's just a like finger painting of what looks like a flower. And there's just small little fingers were used to make this not elaborate, very generic looking flower. But in the bottom right corner is a small little handprint that basically tucked its entire hand into paint and plastered in the corner. And then with like one finger, you can see the initials of EZ on that. And this is framed right above the fireplace, large presented. There's like sconces to the side of it, clearly showcasing this piece of work that whoever this artist was proudly gave their consumer and is now showcasing to the world here at the end their study. As you enter inside, your mother doesn't even like look up at you. She slides a bookmark inside the book, closes it, and like slides it onto the table. and then sits up and like kind of dusts her legs off before she folds one knee over the other. Hello, all of you.
Good evening.
Good
evening.
My general.
Great. Did you get what you needed out of him?
Hard to tell. He's.
Like you got a lot.
Was there an interruption at an inconvenient point in time? Perfect.
Perfect.
I didn't want him to get his jaws into your group unless you wanted his jaws in your group. So hopefully that was helpful.
I think we appreciate that. And I look at Roger. At least I do.
I mean, not to deny it, that if you are interested, or any of your members are interested in being conscripted, by all means, but I figured that you would all, based on your recent schedule that you had shared with me, that you have more pressing matters, and such things and formalities would be very constricting on what you could and couldn't do.
Thank you.
Yeah, he gave them the options, but and a time limit, so.
Yeah, I'm kind of conflicted.
Nonetheless...
What's that ridiculous?
Oh, sorry, what was that, Baldric?
What's there to be conflicted about? If you sign up with him, he tells you to go out into the marshes or something like that. You can't. You have to be with us. We need you, and we need Elian, I guess. And
Is there something that he can kick? Is there something like
There's
nearby
there's a footstool nearby. Please don't bane up the furniture. If that would,
One
if
piece of
that would
furniture
be
is probably like
amiable with you,
500
Sir
gold.
Baldric. He's pouting. But please take a seat. Did any refreshments for any of you? Anything?
No, thank you.
Well, all
I'll
right.
just have some of what you're having.
Wine.
Very well. And she lifts her hand up, and the bottle floats. She's not next to it, it's 10 feet away. It floats. You see a spectral hand holding it, and it pours, and there's no glasses beneath it as it pours liquid. And you're like, oh, geez, it's going to spill. And as it spills out, a glass apparates and pours into the glass, and she pours out the remainder of that bottle. And there's not enough to get all of you a glass of wine right now. And she waves her fingers in the air. Sophia, if I could get 2 more bottles, and why don't you go ahead and actually bring real glasses in? Thank you.
You're giving her a fake glass.
I'll
Glass
just
superiority.
find place to sit.
So you all there are 4 glasses of currently filled right now. Half filled, I should say, where some of you that wish to take in wine are free to do such, and there are 2 bottles on their way. So those of you that don't have it. So within a couple of minutes, Sophia would show up with 2 other bottles of wine. These are all red wine, and extra glasses for people to partake in. So those of you that wish to have alcohol, there it is. If you don't want to have alcohol, you'll be topped off or whatever. I mean, it's available. Well, so. Oh,
I was
sorry.
gonna say right quick, Akal will sit down in front of the fireplace, crisscross applesauce, of course, and whip out the book and start reading.
Or you wouldn't lay down like a cat and like sprawl out to soak in the heat? Oh, okay.
That comes later whenever he's
He's alone in a room. No one can see him.
Yeah.
Interesting book choice you have there.
Yes, it was given to me by Miss Evelyn.
Those are very rare and very valuable. Is the magic intact, Evelyn? It's even more valuable right now. Whether the funds would be more valuable to you than the benefits of the book is obviously your choice, but...
How much would it cost?
Hypothetically.
Hypothetically.
The word hypothetically. Oh, you're asking out of character. She can't answer then, unfortunately.
She requested me read it, and so I shall.
Very well. Hopefully it benefits you all. It should benefit you quite well.
I think it'll benefit us on the journey that we're on.
Speaking of benefits and journeys, how's the sigil coming along?
Perfect. So paperwork has begun being processed, but we do need a sample to finalize it. So you will need to stop by the Arcane Annex before you leave, so that way they can collect the sample and begin the final steps. As I did enunciate to you, we would like to have some time, and since today was mostly squandered, it will be a delay, I guess, at least about half a day
we can go to the library then while we wait for all that to get taken care of.
Yes.
All right, sounds like a plan. Looks like I can't come join you with the research, though, because I have to be doing the sampling.
Oh, you only need to stop by for just a briefest of moments out into the laurels, and then...
Oh, it's the processing part that takes half the day. Oh,
yes,
good.
right.
Good.
They just need to collect some of your blood, and then that'll be basically it.
Yeah, what's that? It's going to be a lot of blood. They're going to be drawing blood for a few hours. That's good. I'll probably die.
Right, that's why they're not going to be doing that.
No, good.
And
It's teleportation.
I would
annexed
offer to take some blood now, but it needs to be handled quickly to properly get your arcane signature that allows you the access to be infused inside the sigil to give you and only you the means to teleport to that arcane annex with the 8 or so individuals that you teleport from that point in time. Well, so that's what you would need to do for me, but yes, the paperwork's basically done and filed now. I just need that sample to be handed off to them. So whenever you're at your leisure, though they are closed at this time of the night. Were there any questions for me from any of you? While you have me present on an evening that I'm actually free.
Sophia in the room?
No, she entered and she left already. It's just your group and her now.
So he had mentioned going to the marshes, and it sounded like that might have been something that you were hoping we would do at some point.
Ah, the High General asked for this?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, yes, of course. I bet you he asked a bunch of things. You probably were barraged by a whole bunch of, let's call them opportunities. Yes, I would. I think we discussed this a little bit in detail, my dear. As you have curiosity in it, I do as well. And based on some of the feedback you provided to me about this woman orc you ran into, that's the biggest lead we've ever had on the subject. So if anyone would be able to really crack it, your group would be the best to crack it.
Okay.
Now, of course, I could send one of my little butterflies, but I would have to inform them of certain things to really empower them, and I'd rather not do that right now. So, if you're interested, I can leave this in your group's hands.
I think we should be the ones to do it. I just don't know how that timing is with having to go to Veneer.
I don't think the timing is incredibly important right now. The biggest stress on time for it would be that each day we are spending money on soldiers over there where there's problems elsewhere we can't resolve with said soldiers. But overall, that is not anywhere near as big of a problem as some of the other things you suggested. So I would imagine you have several weeks before it actually really becomes a problem. Potentially even months, honestly.
Okay.
It really shouldn't be that big of a deal.
I think we should be the ones to look into that.
If no one looks into it, then the collusion would be that the orcs went crazy, and then what would it be, I suppose?
I think there's more to it, and we just gotta...
I'd really like to find out why.
I agree, which is why I would love for you to spend some time on it when it's appropriate for you.
See if we can make some time.
Any other questions? It seems that you have had quite a run-in with quite a few prominent figures today. Did you speak to the High Naturalist?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
No, we did not.
Unfortunately. But the High Chandler and the High General.
Correct. And we spoke with Master Ori.
Perfect. So then you should have almost all your questions answered then.
Yes.
General answered.
There's a few questions that I have actually. I've pieced some of the history together. Master Ori believes the War of Elements happened between the Heir of Divine and the Sidaran's War of Past. Do you confer, or is the War of Elements even before the Heir of Divine, or maybe even concurrent in it?
Based on this question, I assume that then my daughter has informed you of things.
Some, yes.
Understandable. I was not barred from you. We just now know where we are standing on which piece of thread now. Very well. Gentlemen, welcome to being in the inner fold now. Your secrecy is very much needed, even when some of it leaks out. And she looks over at Roderick. But that's understandable. Because even in this timeline, it is possible that you will also succeed. Well then.
Even this one.
War
So-
of elements, you said. When?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yes,
it was before my time, so I can't quite say exactly when it occurred, but I would guess that this occurred on the transition between the era of Divine to the era of Arcane, or very close in that period of time. Unfortunately, Arkelya and calendars were not, well, didn't survive, I suppose, or were not kept, I don't know. So it's really hard to say when, but definitely predating the rending for certain. So more than 6,000 years ago.
Okay. My next question is then, what happened at the Maw of Jalzem? What happened to the? Well, I'm suspecting a water anchor. The anchor to the water plane is the Maw of Jalzem. What happened there? Right now, it's just sort of ambiguous. Something happened, and someone who had so many personas throughout the past few generations who might have been there might have insights to tell us factually
Yes.
what actually transcribed.
Of course. I can tell you everything that I've witnessed and what speculation I can provide. However, as I told my daughter, I'm not omnipotent. So everything I know is just from my own perspective. So it could be wrong. I encourage you to take it with that in mind, because there's obviously things I do not know about. The Maw is what you're talking about, yes? The Maw Jalzem. Are we referring to the Elven Madness specifically then, is what we're talking about?
Yes, correct. Something was done to stop the Elven Madness at the Maw of Jalzem.
The Second Calamity then. Very well.
Mm-hmm.
So this would be 3,152 years ago would be when this occurred. And well, so after just talking to the High Scholar, I assume that you know quite a bit about history. So nearing the end of the Age of Conquest, the 6th monarch, the second to last monarch of the Delranesh Empire, he started formulating a large amount of troops and buildings and construction and siege and other such activities on the eastern side of the Aloran mountain range. Many of our cities had been completed by then, as well as the Alabaster Highway had been concluded before this point, enabling the full and ease of use of resources from west to east, helping him control that region. I oversaw and helped encourage some of these decisions of him, though I did not encourage him on his ambition. I wish he did not have the drive he did, but much like many of the Delranesh line, he had desires that were bigger than himself, and he wished to reestablish his legacy, as they all seem to care about so much about their legacy. Only 3 of them would I actually argue were respectable individuals. The other 4, not so much. And Morel was probably one of, if not the most despised one, I feel. Well, it's kind of hard for me to remember that far back now. Regardless, he wanted conquest. And with Nu also conquered, he was looking at Soldara. So, for certain, there were bastions being made to launch offensives, and many attempts and failures occurred at the Devil's Spine, not able to cross such turbulent and elemental-infused water. And many such lives were lost, and he kept sending them over and over and over, hoping with new inventions and new approaches. And he died, never succeeding, never getting a single soldier onto that soil. His daughter, Mirendel, the last of the Delranesh line, had found a way to resolve this problem. I did not know that she had found a way to resolve this problem. And while I foresaw the looming calamity, I foresaw it far too late. And because of that, there was far more cost than I wanted there to be involved with that. And it set back my ambitions quite a bit. But nonetheless, Mirendel had to have found a way to repair the anchor. I didn't even know it was possible, but she had to have found a way after I witnessed it. So I can confirm one thing for you. The Maw of Jalzem is the remains of an anchor. for
Is it
certain.
closed?
No, not necessarily. What
Is it even possible to close an anchor?
I do not know.
Okay.
Let me tell you what. Well, so
So-
I've been to the maw once, and only once in my life, and I have no desire ever to go back again. For one, post the second calamity, the fringes are obviously incredibly dangerous. The maw is even more so dangerous than almost anywhere else near that area in New also. The more southeast to go, the more likely you're going to run into very dangerous things. And the maw itself is calamity given incarnate. The aftermath of the rending, I assume. Whatever happened in the rending, which I do not know because that predates my arrival, and no one seems to know what happened actually in the rending. Whatever happened in the rending caused such massive damage to your continent and to your ley lines and elemental energies. I don't know if Arkelya will ever fully recover. I would assume it would be impossible unless Divine decided to come back and fix such things. And the anchors are divine constructs. They are not made by mortals. And so how Morindo found such a way to repair a part of it.
So, before you go on, you're telling me that the rending damaged the anchor that was there then?
That
Because
would be my assumption. After all, there is an anchor there, and that is the epicenter of the event. So did something go terribly wrong on the Feywild or elemental side and energy shoot through? Shouldn't be the case. The other anchors don't have such occurrences. I don't know. I don't. But the maw in the center is absolutely the remnants of the anchor that goes to the Shadowfell and to the water plane past it. 100%. I know that, as I saw it. Now, I had, prior to arriving to the Maw of Jalzem, I had read and learned of the Maw of Jalzem through citation, other scholars that had witnessed it before me. So what I was expecting was not what I witnessed when I arrived at the Maw. The Maw is described as miles and miles in radius of a massive whirlpool of torrential waters, churning, grinding, sucking anything that perhaps gets pulled into it down deep where the anchor resides and annihilates it. The damaged anchor is my assumption as to why this massive whirlpool exists. The water being pulled through the Feywild is not following the anchor's intended path and the filtration the Feywild's supposed to do. And the anchor being an extension of the Feywild, the filtration is wrong, and that energy is no longer being neutralized as it's intended and is being sent out chaotically, much like it is in the bed of chaos in the elemental plane. As such, that is why I assume that area is so disruptive. Despite that being such a terrible place, terrible beyond, there's other problems with that area too. The damage caused by that calamity, the first calamity, seems to have punctured an ulcer even into time and space nearby it. I witnessed portals to other pockets appearing. Now, oddly, on Arkelya, there's some sort of defense. Something exists that stops these things. Because as you see them form, they get shunted out within seconds after. But these anomalies occur in high frequency near the Maw, presumably from the destruction caused that still cannot be remended to this day. But whatever this force is, it is bewildering to see it and witness it at work. Some sort of repairing or weave or something. I don't know. It exists there.
The weave.
The weave. Is that that's hard.
It's been a while.
Fuck you all. So it is it's not just the pure water elemental energy, but then the other elemental energies that get sucked in through it, the earth, the fire, the air, causing all that much elemental disturbance, as well as the damage to the ley line, and then beyond that, portals, planar ripping. So when I arrived at the mall, I was expecting to witness this horror, and that's not what was there. Instead, it was calm waters. But calm is too strong of a word. Let me correct that. It was oceanic waters, currents, right? Swaying waves and things like that. What you would expect in a natural occurring situation if there was no elemental interference. I wouldn't say it's calm like a standstill plane, like the mirror planes, but rather a ocean bed is what I witnessed there. It was calm when I arrived. And me and my colleagues, the 6 that came with me, all incredibly gifted individuals, we tried to figure out what was going on. I figured that the orientation of the source of the madness was coming from there. And my dear, and she puts her hand onto your leg, Evelyn, lucky for you, or rather, definitely luckier for me, and probably with you, we are not like true elven descendants. We are far more resistant to the madness. Not impervious, as I suggested to you, but resistant. So my tenure going closer to the epicenter was safer for me than anyone else. And we absolutely needed a very gifted arcanist to go. So that's why I went to the mall and not someone else. So because of this resistance, I was able to brave so close to such a dangerous thing for elvenkind. Now, upon diving into the waters at that point in time, I saw the remnants of the previous anchor. And remnants seems to be misleading too. The anchor is still there, partly intact, maybe mostly intact. I don't know its original size. But if it's anything like the one I walked upon in Medan, then I would argue maybe half of it remains. The other halves of it are shattered splinters fragmented out into space nearby, potentially the sources of these infusion points of corruption. Now, I would argue to you that the anchor is not so much as physical as you probably think. Yes, there is a physical portion that you can stand upon and interact with, but there's also a magical portion and then a divine portion. And these are the constructs of a true anchor, which is why I find it impossible for that a mortal found a way to repair part of this. But with the anchor damaged from the rending, presumably, the elemental energy that flows through the water plane, through the Feywild to Arkelya is supposed to be, as I suggested, filtered through the Feywild. In the bed of chaos, it's pure chaotic energy, not safe. But to make it manageable to be a source of creation, you must neutralize it. And what better way to do that than one of the most neutral planes in existence, the Feywild? Thus the anchor drives from there to the Feywild and to here in Arkelya. And this is what my aunt, the daughter of Vines, tells me. I'm not so much a naturalist as I am a different type of specialty. But she, being so much more akin to nature-based magics, states that that structure is one that is an extension of the Feywild itself. That's what seems to be the case for Marlesh's deigning to her. So the remnants are not just a physical portion, but it causes sort of like a, let's say, river, as if you burrowed a space to allow energy to flow. So even if the anchor was destroyed, the energy will flow, but it's no longer being filtered. And that is almost positively the case here as proof with the maw being as it is, with the anchor mostly damaged, now that chaotic energy just comes through unfettered, untethered, and causing all the destruction that it is here now in Arkelya, and unnecessary stress on the others, as well as the unnecessary stress on the remnants that remained. They're probably still now being slowly eroded away, and eventually will perhaps one day fully snap and will cause the fourth calamity. I don't know. However, back to this point in time, I arrived and the remnants of the anchor were there, and there was clearly tampering done to it, because there was a portion of the anchor that was growth unlike the anchor. It did not have the same, let's say, signature and presence that the anchor has, but rather much more that of mortal hand. And I saw a shard of it connected by this growth, reaching out and connecting to the root. And I knew that was the faulty port. That was what was causing it. That was the source that was allowing the Shadowfell, the extension into the Arkelya. So that is the one that we decided to deal with. And we destroyed that portion. But it was not necessarily that easy. Because unfortunately, I do not know what happened at the point of that structure's annihilation. That was the charge of my 4 colleagues, the Thunder's Ruby, Red Palm, Crazed Eye, and the Onyx Flame. Me, One-Eyed Lion, and the Dusk Runner were in charge with a different task, one that was probably even more challenging. For you see, to the Maw Jalzem, there is a very powerful ley line that comes straight from Vanir and effectively goes straight to the Maw, and even now still exists. This ley line is insane. I've never could imagine something like this, but it exists, and it feeds into the Maw. And of course, there were other ley lines that fed to this point too. It seems that the Maw initially was the natural ley line, but this other one seems different. It does not seem like it was part of the normal, let's say, ecosystem that was intended for Arkelya.
Is the ley line from Vanir just specifically to the Maw, or does the one in Vanir also branch out?
No, it goes straight to the Maw. There is no branching. There is feeding of other mana into the ley line, as like a river would be, so other sources come to it. But this is a, let's say, river that is so massive that others drain to it. It does not drain to others. But it does drain directly into the Maw. There's a problem with this, though. This ley line was flooding right into this root. This correction, or repair, or seal, or band-aid, however you want to phrase it. And in destroying that repaired portion, there was a very real risk that we would recreate a calamity right there and then, annihilating us and potentially who knows what other destruction. So we could not allow that. And as such, I was in charge with stopping that ley line. Now, this ley line is so massive that it is not an easy task. There's multiple ways to try to deal with a ley line. Divert it, redirect it, dam it for a period of time. This one is so raw. The only real course of action I could do was suppress it. But it is so powerful that I had to use my full lineage, Evelyn, to suppress it. And so I would need to spend all of myself just to buy us a few minutes without it shunting down into the Maw. So I was tasked with going up more northward to a more prominent point on the edge of Joltor, while the others were further downstream near the Maw to do their task. And at my point, I was to suppress this ley line the best I could. However, this would come with some severe complications. One, I would need to be fully devoted to my task, I would not be conscious. I would be spending every ounce of my fiber. And that is my booned lineage spent on this. This would cause a consequence. Slumbering denizens nearby would sense this shift and come seeking fuel, seeking food, wanting to taste this thing that was making such dramatic changes. And I would need protection. And I would not be able to protect myself because I need to be dedicated to my craft. Which is why the One-Eyed Lion and the Dusk Runner were with me. They were to protect me. And so those were my guardians.
So these must have known about your actual history then.
The One-Eyed Lion, being the champion of the humans that arrived in Westwind, he did not know arcane enough. I do not think he knew. But Master Oi, Halpert Oi, the first of the Oi line, he was a crafty son of a bitch. He knew. And this is how that family has learned of my secret. It was here. He talked to me in confidence. He was smart enough, wise enough to not bring this in front of everyone, in private with me. So, in confidence, that family has been with me since. Now, yes, so he saw me do this and understood what it meant, and later approached me about it. But the One-Eyed Lion never did. If he did know, he took it to his grave. So, those were us three. The other half, the other four, the Thunderous Ruby, Crazed Eye, Red Palm, and the Onyx Flame. They made their way down to the maw to do the work. So we had a plan that I helped formulate. I do not know how the plan worked. I only know the aftermath of it, the costs involved, and the complications that arose, but not all of it. I did not witness it. The idea was that the Thunderous Ruby, with her incredible affinity to Tempest, and Crazed Eye, with her incredible affinity to water, would be saving most of their reserves to halt the maw when it resumed. They were safety nets for Red Palm and the Onyx Flame, who would dive into the depths to destroy this correction. And so they were prepared to spend a lot of themselves holding it to, much like me, suppress the maw when it resumed, because it was still going to resume once we broke this portion. However, they could not only do that, they would have to also help protect Red Palm and Onyx Flame from other denizens that would waken from the sudden arcane transition, being expelled by the Ley Lion being suppressed and my presence being fully showcased. And then the Onyx Flame, with his flame attunement, would incinerate the new root to the best of his ability, and the Red Palm, with his connection with Earth and nature itself, would try to twine it away and bend it from the existing anchor to sunder it off. In conjunction, the two of them were really well poised for this. That was the plan, but that's not what occurred. Now, I should mention that we did have a little bit more help from some residents in that area. Some selfless people who died protecting me and Roarcast and Halpert. This, my dear, is where I met your kin. And she looks at you, Doma. Your denizens of Gelator are some 3,000 years ago, which is why I am certain they are no longer there now. They have not come over here to the west. They remained over there near the maw, the little recluse home. So I can assume that if any survived, it'd be nothing short of a miraculous divine boon. But these tieflings helped stop the second calamity and helped protect me to do what I was needed, and they died doing such. But they were not the only casualty. From the survivors of the Maw, I had learned what had transpired there. Something went wrong during the ordeal. Red Palm's magic was not breaking the root as it was supposed to. This altercation, this manually, mortal-made correction. And the flames from the Onyx Flame were not enough. And so the Onyx Flame set it upon himself to do the martyr move. He was a devout Drablorian, and he knew that if we did not stop this here, that it would be doom. The root, the band-aid, the portion that was created, seemed to have stitched a portion of the anchor and connected it to the Feywild, but a specific part of the Feywild, the Shadowfell itself. And that root had that contamination spread into it. And to physically altercate with such a thing would invite that negative energy, the antithesis of life, into your own being in a concentrated form. And Archon did this. With time running out, he took it upon himself, and Red Palm said that he saw him approach that anchor to strike it, and in doing such, he broke it and annihilated it. But Archon's remains were never recovered. None of him was left. Red Palm barely survived, but he had lost a lot of himself in doing such. One arm, one leg, but he lived. The torrents that curved out were terrifying, and if it was not for one eye's sacrifice, Red Palm surely would have died as well. However, though Crazed Eye lived the ordeal, she never left the shore. She spent every last bit of her aged vessel to try to protect those two from the Maw. I didn't even get to say goodbye to her. The Thunder's Ruby was the most unscathed of the four. She made it out fine. So, a heavy price was paid. This repaired portion was removed, and the Elven Madness was stopped.
What? Okay, so let me correct me if I'm wrong. So it sounds like the Dalnesh Queen around found a way to repair the anchor with a temporary fix, so that they could lead an invasion into Sodara and conquest. But by doing so, they tapped into the Shadowfell, letting the Elven Madness spread into the material plane. So your team was formed together to stop this, because the Elven Madness was going to destroy you all. And that is why this plan of damming the flow from the ley lines to the Mar Jalzem, with you at your full potential, being protected by two other powerful people and a whole colony of tieflings, went upstream to stop the flow, and the rest of them, within that small window, sacrificed a lot to actually destroy the Band-Aid to stop the Elven Madness. Is that correct?
Correct.
I understand.
The Elven Madness lasted some 2 years of incredible chaos and destruction. We were sent to investigate and try to stop it as a last-ditch effort. Even with the boon of the new arrivals from Aradun, we were not winning that conflict. Elves had controlled so much of New Wolso, the population so mass, there was no way we were going to win that. But because of the Aradun refugees arriving, we were able to suppress it. and launched the counterattack. They were fought to the north, fighting the host of legions of elves gone crazy up there. Well, we diverted south towards the maw, hoping that's where the source was. And we were lucky that it was there. If it wasn't or out of reach, then annihilation.
I have one other question. Thank you for filling in such a interesting piece of the puzzle here in this history of Arkelya. Do you know what other anchors are positioned in Arkelya? Is there an anchor in Sadara? Is there an anchor in... You do not know. You only know of the two anchors, the
that
water
I
anchor
have witnessed. You can tell what element is attuned to an anchor by what element is abundant near the anchor.
Of course. Of course.
Medan is Earth.
Correct. Medan is connected to the Earth plane.
And that's uncorrupted, correct? Or do we know?
It is not suffering the stress that the calamity occurred to the elemental anchor, but the anchors are a 4 group. With one so damaged, the other 3 are strained.
Right.
And they are also deteriorating. The rending is doomed your planet.
It's just a matter of time.
Unless there's a way to stop it.
Unless we could do the repairing but not tap into the Shadowfell like before, maybe? The torrential stress was lessened around the Maw of Jeldem, but because they tapped into the Shadowfell, life was going to end anyways because the Elven Madness was seeping through from the Shadowfell.
Right. How
But
do we repair
the
it
downside.
and not bring the Melvin Madness with it?
Well, we'll just have
Unless
to
you
ask
want
the
to
gods.
just sacrifice all of the elves to do such. But now this is so much blood. So, I don't have an answer for you on that. However, there is one more piece to this puzzle that is very prevalent to your lot. This is where I met Nadal.
When you were down there?
He must have sensed the suppression,
Right.
the huge interference,
Of
and
course he did.
he came. Now, lucky for Rocast, Looney, and Halpert Ori, they were further down trying to help my colleagues. I was conscious by now. I said I was okay. And he approached me with them out of the picture, which is the only reason why they survived.
Of course.
But that is where I met Nadal, and why I dare not go back to the Maw.
Do you think he could use that energy somehow?
I don't know.
If they were sent here to repair the weaves.
I don't have an answer for you. Anything could be possible for something like that.
Did he tell you what the rite was he wanted you to do? Or did he just...
I told you what he told me, my dear. I have no idea.
Well, that's quite a lot to digest.
Hopefully it helps you with your quest.
Oh man, I feel like I out of character had more questions I was supposed to ask her, and I don't remember them because it's been 2 weeks.
Where's your Heartseeker chat?
The problem is that people flood it with a bunch of stuff, and my notes go crazy, and they're all long gone.
Too much speculation and theory crafting. Conspiracy theories!
Chat. Put him elsewhere.
Should make a note Heartseeker chat, and we can put our notes in that.
one
Two hard
tab of
secret tabs.
confirmed questions to ask, right? And then there's another, whatever. It's how you ever.
I know there was something else I was supposed to ask.
There was a second thing that you were gonna ask, and I.
Can I roll a history check, DM? Can you throw me?
I'm not. Nope.
No.
N-O.
Shoot. Well, we already talked about it's not the other sigil, right? Because she said she couldn't do anything on that. What else could it be? Oh. Don't mind me if anyone else wants to talk their stuff. I'm gonna just pour through notes. Don't mind
I
me.
think the rending broke the anchor, or the breaking the anchor caused the rending?
That's what I was wondering.
It could be either scenario. The scholars here on Arkelya have disputed numerous theories that it was the anchor going haywire and causing such a thing. And then, actually, I'm sorry, correction. No, they don't know it's an anchor. That's impossible. That should not have tried to improv that question. My bad. They do not know it's an anchor. Thus, there is no theories upon that. The scholars of Arkelya assume that there was just some massive calamity occurred there. And that potentially was damaging enough that it damaged the anchor to the point it's at.
And you don't know which one it was either, right? Because you came after the rending.
Correct. I was not alive. I don't think even I would have survived the rending. The complete utter annihilation of your most powerful point in history.
Anything else we need to ask?
I don't know, my brain is overwhelmed with just so much information the last couple of days. I know I have questions, but I can't remember what they are right now.
How well did you know the tea things? Did you ever find out how they got there?
Our conversation was so brief, my dear. It was a rival, and they did not show themselves immediately. No, Kyle. They did not let themselves immediately known, and when they showed up at a fortuitous time, and then when the deal was done, I was a bit shaken after my interaction with a certain individual. And then we had to collect our dead. And there was still the remnants of the elven madness to the north. Just because the source was cut does not mean the elves returned their sanity. They were tainted. Those recently losing the battle could be saved, but so many were not. Which is why they're still in the fringes, bastions of evil. Corruption, not just of demons and fiends, but of mortals. Fort Morel is almost certainly now a lich's temple. I believe it was one of the Arcanists that was sent to help stop. Gone rogue and became a lich now. That area is very dangerous. Well, any other inquiries that maybe I could try to shed some light on? Then, if you have none, then, I will be here. You are free to return if you have others for me. As far as your steeds are concerned, you are, when you arrive to Geldon's, around noon tomorrow, I will have a slew of them. So there are 7 of you, correct?
Yes.
I will have 7
8.
steeds available for you.
8, actually.
8, yeah.
Aniel.
Aniel's the 7th. There's 6 of you.
Oh.
Wait. Roderick.
Kind of embarrassed.
There's 7 of us. Roderick, Ikal, DTW's character, Doma, Thorak, Owl, Ikal, Aniel. There's 7 of us.
7 steeds then, not 8. Yes, I was correct. Okay.
Yeah. No, you said 6, and then I said 7.
Oh?
Am I that out of it?
You might be that out of it.
I don't even know.
I thought
We'll find out when we re-listen to the broadcast.
Whatever. Yeah, I will.
7 PCs. Yes, 7 steeds. Okay. Maybe I did say 6. Huh. Okay.
6 PCs and an NPC.
I said 7. All right. Well, anywho, so 7. Yes. All right. 7 steeds will be available for you then at Geldin's at around noon. So that will give you the means to travel. You're planning to leave tomorrow, right? Unless there was other research you needed to do.
We did want to do some research at the library, I think, before we head out of town.
We need to finish the sigil as well, and then we can.
Yep.
As soon as that's done, I think we should get
I'm
going.
thinking.
Kyle, I think your other question was going to be about the timeline of the the elemental war. Now that I think about it, because I'm struggling to remember any other question too. So that probably was that
How
one.
this all started of speculation of when the war happened.
Yeah, no, I
We
just
went on a massive tangent.
So I think you covered the ones that you would want to cover there. So you can stop beating yourself up over it.
I'm going through those. I'm like, man, why need to make a questions tab or something? All right, we're good. Well, thank you for your time. What time is it? And I look towards Thorak.
I look at my watch
9:25 p.m.
and I crank the watch.
Oh, got about. If we want to get 8 hours of sleep, we'll have to get up at 6, which means we need to
there
get
are
to bed.
topics you could ask questions about. Oh my god. Yeah, now I'm thinking about it. Just not in the right realm space.
But I just really don't want to talk anymore. I just let
Where's the adventure part of D&D?
just let me go, man. It's been a 30-minute cutscene.
All right. Well, you are free to lounge around. There are rooms if you would like to stay here or head to your own affairs. I would recommend arriving to the Arcane Annex early, Baldric, to get your sample handed over. That way that by noon you would all be able to leave if you so wish it.
Thank you. Good evening. I'll see you later.
I guess I'll make my way towards whatever guest room is available or something.
Rooms at Geldin's.
Actually, do we even? We only did 2 nights at Geldin's, right? Isn't that what Evelyn paid? We'd be paying out of our own coffers now again.
Yeah, we could pay out of our own.
Oh no, coppers.
Yeah.
Oh, I just want a free room and board.
Then stay here at the Sistera.
I am staying here. I'm going to the guest room. Give me my waffles.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My waffles in
No,
a
we
bag.
only have square pancakes.
What sort of abomination is it?
Square waffle.
They need to be fluffy, and they have to have the crevices so the syrup builds up inside of them. And it's just
No, we know
delicious.
how to make them. We're just tomorrow is going to be square pancakes.
You're just doing it to spite me, yeah? Maybe if I stack them together, I can make a block.
Pancakes are my favorite.
Remember, you have multiple spells. You can rearrange the pancake as you want.
I don't have the fabricate spell.
All right. So with that in mind, anything else that you guys would like to do for this evening? So Niera is still here. I'm sure there's other conversation, maybe not as important. Niera talks about her lovely daughter's portrait.
Okay, we're running back in.
Just the warding. The wards. Do they only focus on celestials? How are you resistant when you are from the Fae? Yes,
There's one of the questions.
yes.
I help engineer them. There's a sequence you can do to give immunity to those that you care about. Much like the Arcane Annex giving you clearance to teleport to it, you can deposit in certain signatures to be immune to the effects.
You sculpted the spell's warding to ignore specific creatures, but it still affects the general types. So it would be any planar creatures then? Fae, celestial, fiends, demons?
Anything that does not exist naturally on this. Conjurations can be fine here if they're not a normally existing creature. If it's a creature that's home plane, its birthplace is elsewhere, it will struggle and suffer in Windheim's presence.
How is Doma not affected?
My steed.
Well, your steed was never around the inside of Windheim. You summoned it.
I rode it across the bridge to leave.
I assume your steed is not a creature that exists on another plane, and rather is a conjuration. You weaving mana into a form that you choose to fit.
She did just say
That
that.
works. Why doesn't it affect me then?
I assume then that you, while maybe being from another place, are not naturally tied to it.
Oh. Interesting.
What?
That makes sense.
Perhaps he was born
Don't
here and
just
then
put
taken to
portal
hell at a
Exactly.
young age.
You've gotten portaled there on
I
accident.
got portaled there, I got portaled out.
Perhaps.
Send him to hell for a bit, toughen him up, put him out, send him on a quest.
Like-
There's,
Boarding-
I would subject to you that there's very little known about mortals that deign from other places. Normally, creatures that come from other planes are true denizens of this planes. So, from the hells, you would be a fiend, right? Normally, a true fiend. So this warding would work against a true fiend, but you're not a true fiend. You're a humanoid, is what your classification is, no?
Yeah, but it's supposed to. But aren't I part fiend? So shouldn't I feel something?
Not enough.
I guess.
Interesting.
Well, thank you for your time, and off I go.
Now I'm gonna go to the guest room. I
You
knew there was a big one. I knew
You
there
run
was a-
right into a wall because your glasses were
Where is it?
Because
Glasses.
as you came in with your hands shoved and your glasses were a little off kilt and you walk right.
What the fuck?
Doma! Oh, I could use some healing. Oh, my nose.
Well, I better go get Annual, I guess. Don't leave the
My nose, Doma. My nose.
I can try.
Yes, please. Show me your specialty.
Yeah, I'll try.
Actually,
All right, what spell
I'll
you
try
try?
my
What spell are you
healing
trying to
word.
cast?
Healing word.
All right, can you please make a? Actually, I'm the one that does this. That's right.
I think you will have to roll that, not me.
Your
A
spell has
D1000.
no success.
Yes. Ah. Okay.
Sorry,
Well,
Baldric.
Well, does
Still
his nose
learning.
still hurt?
However,
Is it faking it?
Evelyn, FYI, you can keep trying if you want. You use a spell slot.
Let's keep trying.
wait.
She
Do I have
cast,
detect?
it's a bonus action she's cast. That doesn't work.
Wait. Detect magic. I don't have it. Can you wait for me to cast detect magic? Just 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes.
You're bleeding profusely, hopefully that.
She's got a bloody nose, but not profusely
Okay.
bleeding.
Yeah,
by
yeah,
then
yeah.
it's just gonna
So,
suck.
Evelyn, you have cast it twice and it has not been success. But if after 10 minutes, you can try to cast it again if you want.
Yeah, I'll try again.
All right.
Okay, I got detect magic going. All right.
Yes, it still fails. Do you
Yeah,
want
what
to
does it
try?
look
Do you want to
like
keep
then?
going?
Yeah.
I mean, you got spell slots to burn,
Sure.
and you also can convert sorcery points into spell slots. Don't forget.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
No,
Potentially it'll
Jesus
work.
Christ! This dice does not want you to succeed. You want to go again?
It's like
Dump it.
Rolling a slot
it's
machine.
literally gambling.
One more time.
Wanna open a loot box? Wanna open a loot box?
No success.
Ah.
Do you want to go again?
Okay. Last time.
Was today? No, today's not. Today's not the day that you fought the demon stuff. So no, you have spell slots. Okay. Don't forget, you can convert sorcery points to spell slots to restore these, right?
Can I cast it at a higher level? Probably not.
Well, you've already just used 4, so you don't have any level 1s left. So you have to be casting at a higher level now.
Or use sorcery points.
Or use sorcery points to remake level 1 spell slots.
Yes,
I'll
that is more
I'll go up
efficient.
to a level 2.
All right. Well, the level 2 did not work either.
Give me another level 2.
The
Another
world
level
does
2
not want,
just totally got the
Yeah.
gambler.
yeah, the world does not want Evelyn's
Does
Assyrian
not
heal.
does not work either.
No.
Yeah.
I will state the following. The first success is almost impossible to have success. Doma got so fucking lucky that allowed him to start entertaining the idea. I'm not joking. He got Barely got it.
20 or something. Either he's rolling D100s or it's.
So would you like to go?
D20.
Would you like to go again? You have like 2 level 2s left, right? Or is it you have 3 level 2s? I forget what your level 2s are.
I feel like you're on the cusp of it. Just keep trying.
Do you want to go again?
We give Evelyn some pointers.
You can just keep going till all your spell slots are spent. Why
Yeah,
not?
Sure.
All right. So how many level 2s do you have left?
I did 2 level 2s, so I have 1 left.
All right. No success. You want to use your level 3s?
Yep.
All right. First level 3. No success.
On again.
Oh, so
No success. You want to go again?
Yeah.
You want to hit the
Wow,
jackpot?
dang.
it was meant to burn, not to heal.
I want to make it work.
Yeah, it's just.
All right. No success. Wow, same roll as last one. 2 again. Want to go again? You got your level 4s?
Yeah, 3 of those.
It's more efficient
Not-
to turn them.
Not a
Sorcery
success.
points.
Evelyn is
He's
the
all-
princess of fire,
I'm just
not
done.
healing.
Yeah, I'm just done.
You want to try again? Come on, if you used everything, you might as well use it all now.
I guess. Fine. I'm going to bed after this.
And
though.
suddenly, combat.
All right, are you sure? You don't have
I
to.
fucking hope so.
Yeah, sure. I want it to work.
We're lacking our fireballs.
10 minutes go by. Baldric, your spell has ended by now because it can only last 10 minutes.
Aw.
But
Rip.
while it's going, you see an accumulation of energy kind of gathering. This one, so each of these attempts is like a minute spent, by the way, right? So it's like after like 9 minutes of trying.
Boy, before you make it pass when my spell is down, I would have the cognitive ability.
Hey,
to go,
listen,
my spell is ending soon.
it's-
Let me cast Detect Magic again.
At
Don't
the-
screw me
at,
over here,
at the
Larry.
9th minute. So these other casts were 1 minute long. You went, oh, it'll last just long enough. It
You're
mathematically
a
adds
piece
up.
of work. It passes, and you're gonna not let me see, huh?
All right, let's do the math. How many level 1 spells have you done? 4, right?
Yep.
How many level 3s have you used?
All 3. Well,
So
yeah, I
seven.
would've
So
used
you're
all
at 7.
3.
All right, how many level 3s did you just use?
3.
3. Okay, and did you use any of your level 4s? I forget already.
She did.
So yeah, so you're
I think
actually
that
you're,
was
pa-
where
you're
we were
past the
at.
10 minutes. All right, so you could recast your stupid spell.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, fine. Damn
Oh
it.
my god.
Yes.
Tried to ruin
Yes.
us.
All right.
You give me a moment, please.
His nose is no longer bleeding now.
Gotcha.
It clotted on its own. But there is like a bruise, right? There's like a little bit like a purple bruise there. All right, so 10 minutes go by, Evelyn. 10 minutes go by, all right?
Oy.
And at this point in time, Broderick, from your perspective, you're seeing a green glow around her fingers, basically, right? That she's not really seeing, right? Well, actually, no, I guess there is a little bit of illumination, but to you, it looks more white from your perspective, Evelyn. But Broderick, you clearly see naturalistic energy being accumulated in her hands, and it grows more and more intense over 10 minutes. And then eventually, an evocation spell is weaved at the last minute, and bam, the dull pain, which is mostly gone by now anyways, because it's been so long, just slightly tinges away a little bit, and the purple that he couldn't see anymore in his nose disappears because it's in between his eyes, so he couldn't see it. So everyone else knows it succeeded, but Baldric, yeah, you don't even know if it worked or not.
Well, since she cast it so many times, can I like emulate some of the gestures and the spell incantations? Am I learning anything?
Make an Arcana check.
Yes.
Finally, a chance to start learning.
No!
Oh,
No! Okay, I got massive for Arcana though, +9. That's that's a 12. I rolled a 3.
Yeah, you try to. Nah, it doesn't seem like the connection's working.
Ah, come on!
Way beyond your skill right now.
It's not only Lair's trying to jink me, it's my dice.
She got
Thanks,
screwed
guys.
too. She had to do like 11 rolls, dang it. All right. All right, but
tried
you have
so
you have a
hard.
success. Hooray! You could go again if you want.
No, that's very good.
All
I need
right.
to go to bed.
All right. So, but
Doma, let me see that acorn real quick. gonna cast Ritually Identify on that acorn.
You're gonna do it again.
We never finished the acorn the first time, actually. Every time we were interrupted by...
It does not seem to register as a magic item.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure we've done this.
So there's no new information presented to the group.
Damn.
It's just a regular acorn. He gave it to you as a test to see how stupid you are.
I eat the acorn.
A tree falls over and lands on Thorak. Marvelous divine retribution. Be smote.
I'm telling you, man, it's just an acorn.
All right. Okay. So, the party goes off. Is there anything else you want to do? Sorry. What are we doing here? Baldric goes to his room to do more scrawling of spells.
No, time-wise, I got to be in bed by 10 to get up at 6 so that we can
Okay,
get
so
there,
you're going
be
to
there
sleep.
at 7.
All right, and then where's the call? Okay, call was currently outstretched reading. Do you want to go back to your inn and Gildan's just here?
Yes, he's gonna go back to the inn at Gildan's.
All right,
and
you'll need to pay an extra gold for the room.
Done.
All right, and you get another night in the room, and you can read more if you want, but there is limited time. Did you want to read?
He sleeps.
All right, so that means you did squeeze in an extra hour of reading, so I think you were at 4 previously.
Success. I was. Now I'm at 5.
Okay, and then all right, let's go to Thorak. Where are you going, buddy?
I'll have a room.
Where? Where are you gonna have a room? Oh, you're flipping a coin.
Gelvin's.
All right, spend a gold. All right, Doma, where are you going?
You know where I'm going.
All right, spend a gold.
I got healing spells to use.
Spend a gold, or spend 2 gold if you want Doma. I'm sorry, you want Aniel to be.
Oh, I'll pay 2 gold for Doma, please. I want the Doma to my room.
Oh my god. So did you want to buy a separate room for Aniel, or did you want to just bunker in her room?
I'll bunk in her room because I gotta do the healing, and I actually want to go over like some of the stuff I've learned about the ridiculous things that have happened.
Okay. Well, we'll get to that in a second then. So I know where you are. Petite, I guess you're staying with Evelyn and Baldric. All right. So Baldric probably wankers around the place at night with his little nightcap and his pajamas randomly, just muttering to himself. Waffles. I need
milk.
Need waffles. Milk, yeah. I need warm milk. I can't sleep without.
A glass of warm milk is good for the digestion.
All right. So is there any? So let's go ahead and break it. So Evelyn and Roderick, is there anything that you two would like to do with the remainder of the evening? Or sleep?
I think I would just spend some time with my mom, just chatting with her in general, and then I'd just go into bed, probably.
Okay.
I'm not going to do anything or really have any deep conversations, but...
Yeah, there's a lot to a lot to digest. Okay. And then we know a call was reading as long as you could before you went to sleep. Thorak, you're just going to go to sleep, I assume, because you're basically done with the episode already anyways. All right. And Baldric, was anything you were trying to do before this evening?
No, I don't have enough time.
So Doma, we're finally at you and your sequestered scene. You wanted to heal Aniel, right? So you're dumping all lay on hands that remain, which is all of them, I think. And then, what are you doing with your spell slots?
4 level 1s, 2 level 2s, and 2 level 3s.
All right, noted.
Prayer of Healing.
Prayer Healing will be only for the level 2s and level 3. And then
I have Cure Wounds for level 1 now.
How many Prayer of Healings is he doing? Prayer of Healing's like a 10-minute cast, isn't it?
Yes, he's doing 2.
I'm going to be having a nice long conversation with her about all the things we've learned.
Okay.
And try and fill her in on the details, because we keep learning a lot when she's not there. I don't know if you want me to go over it all. There's nothing I would really hold back.
So there's nothing you're withholding from her.
I would even mention the fact that Nadal was encountered and all that, and the anchors. I try and fill her out on some of the history and see if any of it clicks for her. So I think she was around.
Just to confirm, nothing's being held back.
I feel like there's something I should hold back now, but I don't think so.
Okay.
Other than, well,
can you roll Can you just roll a d20 for me? And no, I just need to know what you're rolling on a d20.
Sure. Let's see if we can avoid something. Apparently.
Oh
Do I get
gosh.
lucky if it's terrible?
You won't know if it's terrible or not, though.
I just need you to do the roll. That's all I need. Everyone can watch it and they can confirm it. That's all.
I think I know what you're doing, Laris, and I think Demioko is not wanting to do that, but is not thinking about it right now.
So Demi, FYI, this is considered a skill check
So I can lucky it.
if you want to.
Was that what he meant? Okay.
So you currently have a 2?
Yeah.
Did you want a lucky or not?
Well, I really don't like the 2. Because it's a
Yeah.
2.
Can't get much worse.
What do you
Can't get
want?
much worse.
So,
Yeah, I'll lucky it. Why
all
not?
right. Is this your last luck of the day, or do you have all your lucks? I forget.
It's a 9, and I was only missing 1 as far as I know.
All right, 9 it is. So, got it. Okay, noted. All right, your conversation is alerted to her.
I would have probably skirted around the fact that we spilled all of her secrets to people.
Too late. You said you spelt everything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So, well, actually, I need to do a competing roll. Actually, I guess. All right.
Yeah, she roll higher than a 9? Wow.
Yeah, can she? Yeah, you alert her of these things, and she seems upset by it. What do you mean you told her?
Everything that was coming out and everything that we were learning, it seemed that to get more of the story on how we could help, we would need to offer up something in our place. And I know it was...
But you promised me.
I know. I never meant for any of your secrets to get out, Aniel. But I don't have an excuse for it either.
Why didn't you stop her? I trusted you. I trusted you more than any of them, Doma.
Definitely wasn't comfortable.
I
can't fix what happened.
You can tell that she's going through a lot of emotion real quickly, right? Like, she's really frustrated, right? You can see the face, the skin just really contorting into, like, agony, frustration, depression, sadness. She's just having a slew of emotions strike into her.
I figured you would want to learn that.
You're so quiet, I can't hear you.
Okay, let me move the mic closer.
That might help.
I figured you would want me to tell you rather than it all coming out between the party and it being a very awkward situation. I just wanted to give you a heads up on what did happen before you had to encounter everybody so you could think and understand.
Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! And she grabs a pillow and she throws it at you, but it goes like 2 feet to the side and strikes into a wall and just plops down. Get out! Get out! You're no different than them! All of you, you all just betray me! And she like grabs the comforter and she just throws it over her head and she faces the wall and like moves into the corner. And you hear her sobbing underneath the blanket.
I'll never let you feel alone, and I'll always try and help you, Aniel. And I know wrong things happened, and you want me out of here, and that's what I'll do.
Just like
I'm
them.
sorry for
Just
everything
like
that's
them.
happened.
You're all the same. You're all the same. You're all the same. You're all the same. She just muttered to herself repetitively that.
Oh God. I kind of figured as soon as that clicked that was gonna happen, yeah.
Do you stay in the room? Doma, do you stay in the room?
Oh man, I've been in this situation before.
I've been in this situation before.
I haven't.
It's not an easy choice because all the answers are wrong.
Yeah, no matter what you do, there's a lose. Do you honor their wishes and leave to give them space, or do you stay there to show them that you really care about them, right? And struggle through the pain. That's man. I've been there. Oh man.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Is this where Doma casts heroism on itself? Wow.
It doesn't. You're not. It's the fear condition. It doesn't do Also, you've used all your spell slots already, so.
It's true, yeah. Yeah, I know.
Calm emotions would go a long way.
I don't have that.
There's your problem.
I've had characters that did have that. As to whether I stay or go.
Yeah, there might be a gold cost to get a new room for yourself, you know.
Yeah, I know. I know that. I know that.
I'm just saying, like, this is why it's really important, so.
Of whether I stay or go.
Do you stay or do you go now?
Should I stay or should I go?
Yeah, but in this case, do you? Because he.
Oh, okay.
Well, he's standing in the room right now pondering.
Yes, but we're letting time slow down a little bit.
I kind of figured he was sitting on the bed next to her. Standing. Who would stand after healing someone for like an hour?
There.
I don't want to be like the others, Aniel. I don't want to betray your trust, and I don't want you to feel alone, and I know you are so lost on all the things that are happening to you, and I want to help, and I'm so sorry that this all came spilling out, but we've learned so much, and there's so much that we can do to help you, and I know you don't want to hear any of it right now. But I want to stay until you at least calm down and try and talk this over a little, if that's okay with you.
You don't understand! She yells from underneath the blankets, right? She's not showing any of her to you right now. Maybe you can see some of the hair scattered, like, past the comforter on the pillow, but she's not visibly within view. All of you just use me. I do everything I can for all of you, and you just use me.
Aniel, at what point have we...
You just promised, and she's a world leader! You changed everything!
Now I'm
doomed!
by the gods
I'm
from
doomed!
the far realm, tasked with protecting the earth and all the ancient evils and putting them away. This isn't a light conversation where we just operate up this...
I shouldn't have come with you. I should have just... Why did they just kill me? Why didn't they just kill me?
Aniel, you'll never be alone as long as you have us, but we want to help, and this is how we could. This is how we could help.
Persuasion roll at disadvantage.
First one's a 15, and I do have lucky. Oh, so 15 plus persuasion? Oh god, what is that? 15. That's 24.
Damn, that's a really good roll.
I have a 9 plus 9.
Yes, but that is only meets a hard check. Ooh, didn't make the 25. Ooh. Gambling.
Yeah, if you want to hit that. If you want to hit that, go ahead.
You don't know. But I do know that this
I
is
don't
not.
know.
I do know this is not just a hard situation.
It's a hard check. Yeah, I know. We basically broke her trust. It's how we could help, and this was unfair to you. And I wish you could have been there with us for it all, and learned this all firsthand, rather than through us. And I want to help you, Aniel, with everything I have.
Then just leave.
If that's what you really want, I'll leave. But I'll be right outside that door. And if you need to talk, you just open that door and tell me.
So Doma lays a hand gently on the covered blanket and says, I really do care. And I hope when everything's calmed down a little, I don't expect your forgiveness, but I hope this doesn't ruin what we have. And he gets up off the bed and walks outside the door and then sits down beside it.
All right. Kyle goes to sleep. Thoric goes to sleep. Correct me if I'm wrong. You guys are doing it? Okay. Call, you go to sleep?
Did we hear any of this through the,
Yep.
the walls? Of...
Call probably does.
You went to sleep, and this was like half an hour later. From all
That's
the
true. Because of all the healing.
all the healing.
Okay, I'm asleep.
And this is Geldon's. It's the Paris Hilton with the thicker
I have
walls.
Geldon's. Oh, I'm sorry.
There's a whole point that was brought up. How thick are these walls? Oh, they're the thicker.
I did ask.
I'd like to mention that just as there's something in the background, Vortex is still in the room, and he technically doesn't need sleep.
He does. I tell you, a creature that is summoned and permanently exists has to follow creature rules. It needs to be fed, which you did not feed it today. and it needs to sleep, you idiot. If it temporarily existed, it can skirt those rules. But if it permanently exists, it must consume and rest. So it's part of the cost of all. Yeah, in my world, it's gonna have a gold cost associated to it to keep it there, unless you want to keep popping in and out. So yes, you can say you didn't tell a command as you left. It didn't seem appropriate. So.
It's still on the command to protect Aniel.
Yeah. All right. Well, fair enough. And so all right, and then Roderick and Evelyn, you guys go to sleep.
Yep.
All right, Doma, do you go to sleep?
For a while, but eventually.
Can you roll 2d20s, please? Tell me the results of both.
Aha.
Sure, I got two right here. 12 and 5.
Do you want a lucky? It's a skill check.
I just used my last one.
Did you? I forget if you did. I don't know if you did.
I started with, or wait, I can't remember if I
you
used
said
one
you had
earlier.
one left on the last roll, which was the disadvantage roll. Did you lucky that previous persuasion roll?
Yeah.
You did. Okay, so then you would be out of luck then. All right, so
Alright,
it was, what were the two rolls again? 5 and
12 and 5.
12 and 5. Okay, noted. All right.
Do I need to look up Vortex's stats?
Yeah, can you give me I'll go look it up myself so you don't need to know.
We know what you're doing. You're not
Of course she's
slick.
gonna try and leave.
Oh, that's a godly passive perception. A call has a ungodly passive perception.
It's her default mode. I mean, that's what she's done
Yeah, it
at
literally
every
is.
turn. It's not rocket science to figure out what he's doing.
Damn, you guys you're too wise to my moves, huh?
Oh, it's just
Why?
like
It's a one-trick pony. Run.
It's a mastiff now, right?
Yep,
Mastiff.
technically.
Yeah. All right. Jesus. All right. So, morning comes. The first people awake would probably be Evelyn and Roderick because they were at the place that they were betting for the evening.
What about me?
You. Oh, yeah, but you're an old man, so you sleep in.
Wait, old people get up super early. What are you talking about? They have like these weird sleeping.
Whatever, I don't care. The three of you are up first. You're at the
Yes!
Zero state.
Having
Okay.
our square pancakes.
You weren't joking about these square pancakes. I thought this was a joke.
Absolutely.
Where are the waffles?
We can
Not
get waffles for you. It was just a practical joke of the staff. We're sorry. It was just funny because you seemed so alarmed by it that we decided.
All right, just kidding. Everything's all right.
So do you really need some waffles?
I don't need them. I want them.
We'll make you some waffles to go since we know you have an appointment.
Oh, very kind of you. Thank you.
Anything else at this here?
So nice.
Yes, syrup and lots of butter.
Very well.
He's walking into someone's house demanding waffles. Like, what the hell, man?
Don't ever entertain Baldric.
No lie. Never taking you home again.
Unless you're already planning to cook waffles, don't bring him over.
All right. So, is there any conversation between the three of you? No. All right. Where do you guys go?
Oh gosh, where we said we were gonna meet up? We said 7 o'clock. We were gonna meet up someplace. Library?
Where we were meeting.
Gallons for the horses.
Let's meet up at
we'll just
7
go to
o'clock.
Galvin.
Well,
we
you
don't even
have
know where we're getting the horses.
Baldric has a place to be, so it doesn't matter for him.
Oh yeah, I gotta go to
Yeah,
the
he's going to
sigil
the
place.
Arcane
Yeah,
Annex.
library then.
Yeah.
All right.
Roderick and I will go to the Galvin's, I
Geldins.
guess.
Geldins. All right. So you two head to the Geldins. All right. Thoric, Nicole, you guys wake
what a
up.
wonderful morning. I sure hope nothing bad happened last night.
So the
Go
two
get
of you,
some food.
the two of you get up and you leave your place, and there's Doma, slumped against the door, asleep.
Oh boy, this is
What happened,
sort of-
Nova? Why are you...
kick his elbow like softly
Yeah.
just to wake him up. with my
Nicole,
leg.
you hear whimpering from the inside of the door and clawing at the door.
Oh boy.
Open the door.
As you open the door, you stir Doma awake from the sudden noise of the door
I was
opening.
kicked anyway, so.
And as you open the door actually has unusual pressure against it. As you push it open, there's like a suction, and you find that one of the windows inside the place has been opened, and it's currently got the curtains just blowing, and there seems to be absent one annual. Her bag is still present there. All her belongings are left there. She's not present.
Someone literally scrambles to his feet and moves over to the window and looks out.
And that is where we stop tonight's session.
Yeah.
So, from all of us here at Don't Trust the Dungeon Master, and
Thank you.
remember,
Have a good night.
don't trust the Dungeon Master.
No.
Good
He
night.
did the 2 weeks on
Nice.
purpose. He did it 2 weeks on purpose so we would forget what we weren't supposed to do, and then the thing we did we were supposed to do, and now we're eating crow.
And remember, don't trust the Dungeon Master. Good night!